Court will note this is a continuation of the trial commenced on December 3rd, 2024. At the time that we concluded, Ms. McNiff, you were still doing your direct examination of your client, and so well, I assume you want to continue that.
I would, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Olapade, what we're going to do, I'll have you sworn in again. Just go ahead with that. So if you raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. McNiff.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe that when we left off, we were going through credit card statements, and we are now looking at Exhibit 8, which is a Citibank credit card statement. Ms. Olapade, do you recognize that credit card statement that we've marked as Exhibit 8?
I do.
And it looks to me like the payment due date on that was January 16th of 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the balance on that credit card at that time was $13,686.17.
Correct.
And has that changed significantly since January of 2024?
With the interest, no, about 2,000.
Is it
Maybe
up
it's
about
up
2,000 or down?
2,000.
Oh, okay. And prior to, well, and I would move admission of Exhibit 8.
Okay. Mr. Olapade, any response to the offer of that exhibit?
Yeah, I have no objection.
Okay. Then plaintiff's exhibit number 8 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do the statements for these credit card balances prior, were the balances prior to filing similar to the balances when you filed for divorce?
Yes, other than the interest that accrued.
Okay. And what caused all of those credit cards to have such high balances?
Well, I used that as the, additional, but my income was low, lower than Ola's. And like I said before, Ola would say, what would you, do if you were single? So, I wasn't to ask for additional assistance with the kids' needs and all of their like school events and even transportation, gas, as far as gas and taking them back and forth to AAU, and so all of their expenses. So I used it as my backup.
Did you pay any medical expenses?
Yes, yes, I did.
For you or for the children?
For me, as well as for the kids. Sometimes their physicals were on there, or copay. So yeah, and then there was my medical expenses. I used it definitely for my medical expenses too.
Did the balances increase after you had cancer treatments?
Yes. And then yes, it did.
Okay. And did they increase because you had expenses associated with your surgery and with your aftercare?
Yes.
Did they increase because you weren't able to work while you were going through treatments?
While I was going through treatments, and the surgery, I had to be off. I was required to be off, and I was off work without pay. So I used the resource that I did have.
And while you were undergoing cancer treatment and surgery and you weren't working, did your husband ever offer help with the credit card bills?
No, or the medical bills, no.
And what would happen if you asked for him to help you?
I just didn't expect it at all, because he didn't help with the kids' expenses. He knew that, like, when they went on their trips or things, he didn't offer to help.
And he didn't offer to help with any of the medical expenses that you incurred as a result of having cancer?
No, he did not.
Are you able to pay down the principal balances of these credit cards in your current situation?
No, not at this time.
Are you able to make the interest payments right now?
No.
And what are you, how much are you paying currently? Are you just paying minimum payments?
At this time, I can't even pay the minimum payment.
Are you behind currently on the credit cards?
Yes, I am.
Do you know how far behind you are?
I'm behind at least. I think that was about 6 months.
Okay. Are you getting creditors calling you?
Yes.
And would having your husband be responsible for half of the debt on those credit cards assist you financially?
Yes, it would.
What would it mean in terms of your ability to live, to have him assist with those credit card debts?
To live,
Yeah, to make ends meet financially.
it would help. It would definitely help me get on my feet so that I can also, I need transportation. So there's other expenses that I have to get on my feet.
And what does it do to you emotionally to have the creditors calling you?
It's not good. I've had great credit. Matter of fact, they asked me, they said something major had to happen because you've had good credit for years. And I explained to them my situation, what happened, and they understood.
Have you been able to make any kind of arrangements with any of the credit card companies?
I have spoken with, well, they have offered to help with the lower the amount so that I can start making arrangements with them.
Lower the minimum payment?
The minimum payment. It's like emergency. I think it's like a financial hardship. That's what they call it, a hardship.
Okay. And are you able to make those payments with the accommodations?
Not at this time.
I'd like to turn to Exhibit 9 next in your book. Can you tell me what this is?
This is a ASR health benefit. It's a breakdown for the new insurance that our family had. Ola had switched over, the college had switched over to this, but Ola has selected a higher deductible amount, which originally he told me he was going to cancel it when I had cancer, and that was before I even had surgery. He told me that he would cancel the insurance. He threatened me a couple of times, and one time he said that in front of our youngest son, and as I went upstairs and didn't respond to it, he told my youngest son, Akeem, don't worry, I'm not going to cancel the insurance. I'm just saying that to scare her. And but he did change it to where I had to have a higher deductible, and that was before my surgery.
Now, if you look on that page towards the bottom of the page, it says claim number and
Yes.
comment. And it indicates that there's a deductible, 2024 deductible to be satisfied.
Yes.
And what's that number?
$3,702.72. And I believe that's the balance of, at this time, it was 4,000 is the actual deductible that I have to pay out of pocket before
And
the insurance kicked in.
And that statement date was on April 8th of 2024, if you look up at the top. Right under the address.
Yeah, statement date 4/8/2024.
So that was that $3,702 was what was owed on the deductible in April of last year.
Correct.
Okay. And if we look at the next page, are these charges that you have had to pay for your medical care in 2024?
Let's just say the patient owes. Yeah, in the patient owes column.
Okay. And so these are just for you, or are these also for your husband and for the children?
Let's see, 2/17 dates of service. Without having that 2/17, without having the actual bill itself in front of me. Okay, wait a minute, hold on, no check. Yeah, because this one, on this particular bill, it doesn't say at the bottom, but the next one,
The second
it'll
page?
tell you. Yeah. Ella M. Brown Charitable. So, but many of the expenses as far as doctors and stuff was me or the kids.
Okay.
Ola had a few, but
And if you keep going and looking through these bills, at a certain point, it changes from being addressed to, well, it says employee name, but then these are addressed to you on the left-hand side.
yes, they are addressed to me.
Okay.
Yes. And so that would be that those bills pertain to me. And like even on the third one, it says radiology consultant. That's me.
And if you keep going,
Yes,
there's one in May, it looks like, to Oakland Hospital.
yes.
And then if you keep going, we go past the bills, and there's the statements from the insurance company. And it looks like there's a debt collection notice
Borges,
from
yes,
AMCOL Systems.
yes.
Do you know what this is for?
Oh. Borges Hospital, probably this is blood work for the Graves' disease.
Okay.
This is as of you, okay. 2/17/20. Yeah, this had to be with Borges, it would have to be my Graves' disease doctor's
Okay. And that was
appointment.
that date is February 21st of 2024.
Yes,
So was that incurred prior to filing the complaint for divorce?
yes,
And then we have after that an Ascension Borges Hospital bill.
yes,
And do you recognize that?
yes,
And who was that for?
myself.
And that amount was due as well of 6158.
Yes, I think I end up sending the payment on the 22nd of 2024, but it was, yes,
And then if you keep going, it looks like there are prescription.
that's correct.
And are those prescriptions for you?
Yes,
And there's receipts for the prescriptions that you paid, it looks like.
yes, that's correct. Methimazole, these are mine.
And if we continue through after the prescriptions and after those receipts, there's an email from your husband.
Yes.
And tell me about what this email is. And
So this was October 10th, 2023. He had let me know at that time that they were planning to change the health insurance for Albion College. And so he was asking me about the insurance plan. And so I had verbally told him, and then my mother had verbally told
and
him.
don't tell me what your mom said, just
Okay.
tell me
Well,
what you
verbally
said.
told him that, you know, the PPO plan where we pay a copay is the best way to go about paying the medical bills.
And it looks like he's asking you about that. So this email dated Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. He says, FYI, so I know which one will be better for you and the kids between the PPO and the HDHP as we move forward.
Yes, he was asking me about it because the colleges will have a meeting with the staff members so they can tell them what about the benefits, the new benefit plans, and what they were changing over to.
And
Excuse me, Ms. McNiff. In the stuff that you provide, I have no email from the defendant, so if you could enlighten me where it is, that would be helpful.
I can, Your Honor. It is 1, 2.
I've got the one that says update, part of it's update of Albion College 2024.
That's it.
That's it, Your Honor. If you
Right
look right underneath where it says one message, it says Olapade to Charlena Olapade.
Oh, I've got, okay. I
So
see
it's
it.
him forwarding the email from the college.
Got it. Okay, thanks. I thought there was a separate one.
It's little and kind of hidden up there. So, Mrs. Olapade, what did you suggest to your husband would be the best plan?
The PPO where we make you know, the copays as we go, so it wouldn't be so expensive all at once.
And did he elect to take that one?
No, he elected not to. And like I said, he had told me a couple of times, threatened to take the insurance away from me.
And did he tell you why he elected to take the more expensive one rather than the PPO?
Well, he was punishing me He was
Hmm.
angry with me
Oh.
about regarding the
Your Honor, can I
IO.
object?
Sir, what are you objecting to?
I want her to show the response to my email. I emailed her. She should show the court the response.
Well, you'll
She
have
never
an opportunity.
responded.
Okay, you'll have an opportunity when you testify
All right.
to bring in that other response if in fact it was disclosed appropriately, but it's not objectionable is what she's saying, what the two of you talked about.
We didn't talk. I emailed. I never got a response. That's what
What?
I'm saying.
Which was the email?
It was an email. I never got a response. She should show the court the response to that email.
Okay, and I'm saying they don't have that here. You can produce that response at the time that you testify.
There
to
was
show
not.
What?
There was none. There was no response. That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
There was no response. I never had back until I saw it in the evidence list, my email. She
Okay.
never responded.
Okay, when you testify, you can testify that you didn't respond then. That's not a basis to interrupt the testimony, so go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would move for the admission of Exhibit 9, which are the medical bills and the information regarding the party's 2024 health insurance plan.
Mr. Olapade, do you have any objection to exhibit number 9?
I've already stated my objection that the evidence, the exhibit is not completed. Never got a response from that
Okay.
email.
Well, the
Apart from
court will admit it at this particular time, subject to your objection, if you can bring that in a later time.
All right.
Mrs. Olapade, did you respond via email to your husband or in some other way regarding the health insurance?
I did not respond via email. I responded verbally.
And did you have a long discussion or a short discussion regarding the type of insurance plan you thought would be best for the family?
It wasn't a long, lengthy discussion. It was a short discussion.
And how did your husband respond to your request to have the preferred provider type of insurance plan?
He responded a couple of times with threatening me throughout, once after my diagnosis, to cancel the insurance.
So did he respond directly to your request for one plan versus the other plan?
Not to me, but to my mother, he responded.
Okay, and we can't, unless you heard that conversation, you can say what your husband said, but not what your mom told you about the conversation. Did you overhear the conversation between your mom and your husband?
No.
Okay, then we can't talk about that. So I'd like you to move on to Exhibit 10. Now, is Exhibit 10, are these bills that you've received since you filed for divorce from your husband?
Yes.
And are you still under the same plan, or were you up until the end of 2024 that you were when you filed for divorce?
We're still under the ASR
Okay,
plan.
and that is the one that has the higher deductible?
Correct.
Okay, and the first one indicates that it's from the West Michigan Cancer Center.
Correct.
Do you have ongoing care or checkups?
Yes, I do every 3 months.
And if you turn to the next document, it's a message from your provider. Is that also a bill?
Yes.
And is that also from the West Michigan Cancer Center?
This is outpatient evaluation. Yes, it is.
And then the next page is that a bill from Oaklawn?
That's correct. This is blood work.
Okay, and that occurred also after you filed for divorce?
Let's see. This one here is I believe that this was in February. This happened before.
Okay,
This one happened before.
and
But the following one of Oakland, the 812, those were additional blood work that I
okay.
needed drawn.
And if you keep going, there's another statement from the health insurance network. Does that indicate what your portion of those bills are?
Yeah, there's portions that says patient may owe.
Okay. And the next one is also a statement from the health insurance company.
That's correct.
And that also indicates your portion of the bills.
Yes,
And the next one is the same.
yes,
And if we keep going, the next two are also statements from the health insurance company.
yes, it is.
And then we have more prescription information
Yes,
and the receipts that go with those prescriptions.
yes,
And if we just keep going, do you recognize all of those prescriptions?
yes, I do.
Were all of those prescriptions for you?
Yes, they were.
And all of those receipts were paid by you?
Yes,
And were you able to pay with cash for those prescriptions, or do you know whether you had to put them on a credit card?
some of them with cash, some of them in 2023 on the card.
Okay. I would move for admission of Exhibit 10.
Mr. Olapade, any response to Exhibit 10?
No, no objection.
Okay, plaintiff's Exhibit 10 will be admitted.
Okay, and now we'll turn to Exhibit 11. And what is this first email?
This email is in regards to the confirmation of registration for Akin, our minors band trip that they perform in Orlando, Florida, and they go through a camp as well while they're down there.
Okay, and that's dated Friday, January 13th of 2023.
Correct.
And the second page says, "Thank you for your payment."
Yes,
And it indicates under payment summary that you paid $361.53 using a MasterCard.
yes, you had to pay with a card.
And it also indicates that the cost breakdown for your son was $2,149 for the trip under the trip
Yes,
summary.
yes.
Was that the total, if you recall?
Let's see, I believe so. Because they broke the payments down and you paid every other month and take it off your credit card.
And did your husband help you pay for that at all?
No,
And if we move on, there's a credit card statement that's dated, the payment due date on that is March 16th of 2023.
correct.
And is that the card that you were using to pay for your son's trip?
Yes. Yes, because at the bottom, it in the transactions, it tell you what they took out.
Now, did you regularly, and so when it says trip, GRCOLL, St. August, looks like St. Augustine, Florida, were those payments for that trip?
Correct.
And then the next page is another email confirming a payment.
Correct.
Is that same trip?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another part of that email. If we keep going, there's another credit card statement.
Yes.
Is that another confirmation of those payments you were making?
Yes, it is.
And the next one is another payment confirmation email.
Correct.
And then there's another credit card statement.
Yes.
And that does that also show another payment to that trip?
Yes, it does on 3/15.
And then there's another email with the payment confirmation
Yes, it is.
and another credit card statement with showing the payment.
Yes.
And if we keep going, you continue with several of those.
Yes.
Did you include all of your payments in this exhibit?
Yes.
And did you pay the entire amount by yourself?
Yes, I did.
And I do believe that's the entire, I'm not going to go through the entire exhibit. I would ask for the admission of Exhibit 11, which are all of the payment confirmations and the credit card statements showing the payments for Akin's trip.
Okay, Mr. Olapade, what's your response?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, court will admit the plaintiff's Exhibit 11.
Okay. And let's look at exhibit 12. Can you tell me what this is?
This is for IO's New York band trip.
And IO is your adult child, correct?
He's an adult now.
Okay, and this trip took place in 2021 or 2022?
Believe that 21, let's see, we started paying it on June. Let's see, payment receipt, June 21. So I think it was 22 is when he went.
So for most of these trips, did you pay over a year?
Yes, yeah, they usually plan in advance.
And is this similar to the last exhibit where you're showing receipts for the payments?
Yes,
And then you're showing credit card statements that show the payments you made?
correct.
And does this exhibit indicate all of the payments that you made for your son Io's trip to New York with the Marshall High School band?
Yes, that's correct.
And did your husband assist you with any of those payments?
No,
And it looks like the total trip for cost for that one was, I think if we flip
1,000.
towards the back, it might show the entire amount.
I know it started out at $1,365.
Oh, okay, so if on the very first page, it says paid so far 290, and then a slash mark 1,365.
Correct. Each receipt will show what's paid for out of the balance.
And you paid for that entire trip on a credit card?
Yes,
And so I would ask for the admission of exhibit 12.
Okay, Mr. Olapade, any response to the offer of exhibit 12?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, exhibit 12 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And then there's exhibit 13. And this one, this is an email dated 2019.
yes, it is.
And is this another school trip?
Yes, this was IO's Florida band trip.
Okay.
So, every other year, I think it's what the band, their band director, Mr. Root, they had scheduled these trips every other year.
And this one indicates towards the bottom of the email that the estimated cost was 1,479, and it has a payment schedule under that.
Correct.
Now, was this the same setup you paid over about a year?
Yes,
And you also included in this exhibit copies of your payment confirmations?
yes,
And I am not seeing the credit card statements for this one. But there are the confirmation emails.
yes.
Did you pay? Do you recall? Did you make all of the payments for this trip?
Yes, I did. It's when
And I'm sorry, there is a Blue Ox Visa towards the end of the exhibit that shows. So you're paying this trip on a different card, or were you using various cards?
let's see what it blew up.
You go to the very end of the exhibit.
This one says Blue Ox, so it might have been one payment starting on this one and then used my other credit card
Okay.
so
But-
that it can come regularly,
Was this similar to the other trips that you
Yes.
paid for the entire thing using credit cards?
yes.
I would move admission of exhibit 13.
Okay, Mr. Olapade, any response?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, plaintiff's
And-
exhibit 13 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And let's go to number 14. Can you tell me what this is?
This is IO's trip to Dublin, London, Paris school trip.
Okay. And this one indicates total charges of $3,974. If you look towards in bold.
Yes. Mhm.
And total payments of $3,974.
Yes,
And this looks like it took place in 2019.
correct.
Okay.
That's true. Yes.
And these are the exhibit has the statements. Is that accurate? And
Yes.
the payments?
Yes,
it indicates where you paid those. And again, did your husband help at all with that expense?
No,
And did you pay for all of that trip on your credit cards?
yes,
I'd move for admission of Exhibit 14.
Okay, Mr. Olapade,
No objection, Your Honor.
plaintiff's exhibit 14 will be admitted.
Thank you. Now we're moving to Exhibit 15. And can you tell me what Exhibit 15 is?
Exhibit 15 is my payment, like pay stub history from working with Mackie. We're actually working, I was working through Excel and assigned to Mackie.
And that shows all of the payments that you were made while you were working for them?
Correct.
And so that's apparent approximately what you were able to earn during that period of time.
Yes.
And did you have any other source of income during that period of time that you worked for them?
No.
And is that a reasonable and accurate expectation of what you were able to earn?
This is what I was, yeah, the maximum. We started out, I think, at $14 and it ended up with $16 an hour once, you know, at the end of my assignment.
Okay, and I would move for admission of Exhibit 15.
Okay, Mr. Olapade, any response?
No objection, Your Honor.
Plaintiff's exhibit 15 will be admitted, there being no objection.
Thank you. Mrs. Lapide, we've talked about your Graves' disease and your cancer diagnosis before. What it currently is the status of your diabetes diagnosis?
The diabetes, I'm almost at pre-diabetes state. So that was my most recent appointment status. So that's going down, which is good.
And what's the status of your Graves' disease? Is that in remission?
It's not in remission yet. And she wants me to go through some more blood work. But it had decreased from 2023, fall of 2023. And that was a comparison that she had from August. She compared to November, and she said it's not out of remission.
And are you still taking medication?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And do you have any heart problems?
I was having issues with heart palpitations. They had me go through some stress tests. And you know, I did get my blood pressure medicine was increased. The type of medicine I had to take had been increased.
Did that increase the expense?
It's about the same as far as price wise. I know with this new insurance, we were supposed to have, they give us a medical expense, a credit card, but Ola has that. So I pay for my medicine out of pocket.
Oh, so he wouldn't give you the prescription card?
Oh, he gave it to me, but after I left, I don't have that. So he has it, but I pay out of pocket.
And when you say you don't have it, you don't have the coverage or you don't have the card?
You have to have the card to use it.
Okay. And did you ask him for the card?
No, I did not.
Did you ask him for a copy of the card?
No, I did not.
And he didn't offer?
No, he did not.
When you and your husband were living together, let's talk about your standard of living. Did you have nice cars when you were together?
Far as the household, Ola drove, since I've had the van, we got the van when I was pregnant with Akeem. He's had two Mercedes and now a Range Rover.
Okay.
And then
do you know what year the Range Rover is?
I don't know exactly. He purchased it
The 2020.
the same
Okay.
week.
Sir, hold on. Don't interrupt. You can testify when it's your time.
Sorry, Your Honor.
You don't
Yes.
need to interject.
Yeah, he purchased it the same week that I moved out.
Okay. And did he trade another car in for that?
Yes, he traded the Mercedes, like it's like a SUV type.
Okay. And your car is 19 years old?
It's a 2006 Honda Odyssey
Okay.
van.
And when you were together, did you go on vacations together?
Yes, we did. We early on, his siblings had married in Nigeria. We went to Nigeria. We did go on a cruise when our king was about 4. And then, the kids did AAU.
Mhm.
So we traveled. So yes, we traveled to their competitions. And then we also used the van and travel for his research.
Are you able to go on vacations now?
No.
And are you aware of whether or not your husband goes on vacation still?
Oh yes, he goes on, like he said, for his Columbia, the recent Columbia trip, and he said it was his spring break trip. So he goes on not just for research, but he goes on trips by himself. It's been years since we went, as you know.
And if your son Akeem needs to go on a school trip now, would you be able to afford to pay for
No.
it? When you were together, I want to talk about the contributions that you both made to your marital estate. Who primarily cared for the children?
I did.
And what other things do you believe that you did to help the marital estate, to help your household?
While I worked, I make sure all the kids' activities, all the things that parents have to volunteer, cook for, donate, take to these events. I get up early in the morning and take them for their AAU on Saturdays, and many of their school events, their schoolwork, the household needs, even, a lot of the things that supplies in the house. I made sure that everybody was taken care of.
Did you purchase groceries?
Yes, I purchased groceries.
Did you purchase the kids' clothing?
Yes, I did.
Did you purchase birthday gifts and Christmas gifts for the
I
children?
had to make birthdays happen, Christmas happen.
Did the children play musical instruments?
Yes, they did. They paid the clarinet and the horn, trumpet. Yes, all of those.
Who paid for those instruments?
I paid for the instruments. I paid for the tune-ups for them.
Did the children have fees and uniforms for athletic involvement?
Yes, they did.
Who paid the fee for the fees and the uniforms?
Majority myself.
And were there, and you've already talked about the trip expenses. Were there any other activities besides sports and the trips and the kids had?
Pictures, they're like getting prepared for graduations, their graduation ceremony packet, with their invitations and announcements, and any lunch, all their lunch. Ola didn't, he said that they could pack a lunch, and I said they need hot meals too, and I'm working and I'm trying, and I was expected to cook them a hot meal. I couldn't do that, so I pay for their lunches, and we had to pay full amount because of our income.
Okay.
So I had to pay every 2 weeks. It was like $90 every 2 weeks, and I usually pay cash for that so that they could submit it.
And there were times, I think you testified, when you were paying for the health insurance for the family.
Yes.
And do you have any idea, like how many years you did that?
Since here in Michigan, I did that while I was working with Community Action, and also, so 2016, I think that was the last when we stopped having insurance for a while, and
Okay.
that's why I used my credit card.
Okay. And then when you didn't have insurance, who paid for the health expenses for the kids?
Myself,
And
except for that incident where Akeem had fell off his bike.
okay. And who generally paid for the copays and insurance deductibles for the kids when you had insurance?
Me.
Okay. Did you have childcare for the kids?
Yes.
And who paid for that?
Well, when we were in Wisconsin, they took it as that was part of my pay. But when we got here in Michigan, I was paying for it.
Who paid for the kids' haircuts?
Myself.
Who paid for their 6th grade camp?
Me.
Did you help with utility bills?
Yes, Simcoe bills. There was the gas. I paid for the gas, but I also paid the household expenses, the groceries, the toiletries, anything the house needed, on top of my personal expenses. And
Did you help pay mortgage payments for either the Ohio house or the Michigan house?
the Ohio house, when we were in Wisconsin, again, we were taking care of 3 different residents at the time. So it needed both of our incomes to do that.
Who paid for your car expenses, like repairs, maintenance?
Myself,
Who paid for your student loans?
me,
And who paid for your credit card?
me.
Who purchased your household furniture?
I did one of the bedroom sets and the dining room set, the buffet and which he has. But and then a lot of the furniture myself, I paid for the downstairs and the sitting room set. I paid for those
Okay, what about kitchenware, like pots and pans and dishes?
myself.
What about decorations, like pictures and
Decorations as well. I decorated the house.
lamps, tables?
Lamps, tables, wall art. Ola did when we needed to update the living room couch. Without, he just went out and purchased a set that he liked, and then he said it was for a gift from me, but it wasn't. I wasn't involved in that decision.
Who primarily cleaned the house?
Myself and the kids. I mean, we had them chores.
Who primarily cooked for the family?
I did. Ola would cook the Nigerian soups I didn't know how to make, but there are some Nigerian dishes that I cooked. And so, working, come home to cook. He did complain about my cooking, but then he would ask me, what am I cooking? So it was just.
Who did the lawn care?
We had the kids help out with the lawn care, but I did a lot of the raking. There was a couple of times he came out to help with rake, but he never helped me complete those projects. I had the kids help me, but I would be out there raking. And we had a big yard with a lot of leaves.
And who took care of the repairs and the maintenance for the home?
There's
Like if you needed a plumber or you needed an electrician.
I would find people that we could try to find a reasonable price, but that came out of the homestead account.
And so that was a joint account.
That was a joint account.
And how was that mainly funded?
Well, Ola had the homestead. We had our tax returns and our house in Ohio that we rented out, that we had to rent out. That income was deposited in there, and then Ola's salary.
Now, we've discussed some specific instances of abuse from your husband, but can you tell me in general how your husband treated you through the marriage?
It was rocky throughout the marriage. I just felt like I was single. And married but single. And then, like I said, he would remind me, he would say, what would you do if you were single? So, and I told him I'm not single.
What do you believe caused the breakdown of your marriage? What do you believe one or the other of you was at fault for the breaking down the marriage?
I tried. I told him we should, like I said, maybe read, go talk to the pastor, read like the book Love Language. I got both of us the book. But everything is my fault. So
do you believe it was your fault?
No.
Do you believe that your husband's at fault for the breakdown of the marriage?
Yes, the abuse, the verbal abuse, the physical abuse just started escalating. But the verbal abuse, the punishments, the false accusations, the paranoia, it's accumulated. It just seemed it got worse and worse and worse. And then when Io left, it was just really like a breakdown, and I was at fault for him leaving it. That's what Ola claimed, that I was at fault for him leaving, and I was not at fault.
For your son leaving?
For Io, our middle child, leaving.
Did your husband ever celebrate your birthday?
There was one time where he had talked, and it was actually, it wasn't even a birthday. That was an anniversary. But no,
Did he buy you gifts or a card?
He told me that he didn't know how to buy gifts, and then he would try here and there. Every once in a while, he would like buy flowers. If we were out the grocery store together, he'll buy all these flowers. I think that was a few occasions. And when he went on these trips, he would bring something back.
Did he buy you Christmas gifts?
No, he would ask me what I want for Christmas. If I tell him, like I told him I wanted a family photo in 2015, he said that he would do that. And then when the time came for the appointment, he said he wasn't going. I made him mad. I still don't know what I did to make him upset. And we never got the picture. So you just learn not to ask for anything because you'll get hurt.
Did you purchase him gifts or cards for his birthday?
Yes, I did.
For Christmas?
Yes, I brought, I would buy him things, sweaters. Even for his 50th birthday, I brought him a nice grill, charcoal grill. Yes, I would and be very thoughtful with the gifts. I mean, very unique things that he could use. But yes, I would still, even after the abuse and the treatment, I still think of,
Okay. Have you been sexually faithful during your marriage?
Yes, I have.
Are you still faithful to your marriage?
Yes, I am.
Are you currently, I know you share custody of your youngest child, Akeen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he's with you on an alternating week basis?
Yes, he is.
And then who else lives with you?
I am.
And are you responsible for supporting Akeen?
Am I responsible?
Correct.
Yes, I'm responsible for Aki.
And do you assist Io?
Yes, I'm assisting him to get him back on his feet.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Olapade, this is your opportunity to ask the plaintiff any questions you wish to.
Thank you, Your Honor. Happy New Year, Charlena and Attorney McNeil, and Your Honor. Charlena, I feel pain with a lot of things you've expressed, and which most of them are not new to me. And I just want to ask you a couple of questions based on what we started from the trial on December 3rd. The first thing has to do with the financial of the family. I want to get your opinion regarding banking. You kept referring to the Homestead account. What is your view of a shared or joint account? What do you define as a joint account? I know Attorney McNeil just asked you about that. How would you explain a joint account?
A joint account, it has account that has funds that belong to both of us that's deposited into the account. Our taxes, we have had joint account since we moved here in 2006, and on our routing statements for all of our taxes from that point until taxes for 2023 has our taxes deposited into that account, as well as the rental property in Ohio that I set up so that we can, rent out the house in Ohio, which we end up selling in 22. Was that 22?
Last year, 2023.
We didn't sell it in 2023, did we?
It was 2023 March.
I think that was 2022.
This is more of a conversation.
But anyway,
Yes.
it's that all of that those funds went into that account, Ola.
So, okay, when we get our tax return, is it your position that you do not get half of the tax return? Immediately we get a tax return, I will give you half of, what we get back from federal and state.
I had to ask you for that money because of the
Do you get it or not? Yes or no?
of the van. I had to request it. It wasn't something you gave me.
Every year, I always give you half of the
It
tax
was
return.
not every year.
All right. All right. Based on the house in Ohio, is it your position?
I apologize for interrupting, but my understanding is we have a witness available who's a police officer.
Okay.
And
Mr. Olapade, what she's asking for is to take a witness out of order. Do you have any problem with that?
No, at all, not at all.
Okay, what we'll do, we'll resume. You'll get an opportunity to cross-examine the plaintiff, but we'll take the officer so that we don't have to delay taking him, okay?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'll just quickly pee why the police officer has been signing. I've been drinking coffee since 6 a.m. I
Okay,
don't
well-
need to stop. I will just
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
No, I don't want to recess, Your Honor. I don't want to disturb the court. I will wait.
Okay, are you asking for a recess or not?
I don't want. I thought maybe by the time the policeman is signing, I would have come back. It will take me less than 1 minute.
Well, let's take 5 minutes. We'll get the police officer in and then we'll start.
thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll pause here for 5. I'm gonna put you guys back in the waiting, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, we are back on the record.
Okay. Officer Morgan, we're going to take some testimony from you. So if you would raise your right hand, we'll have you sworn in and then proceed.
Okay,
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, Ms. McNiff.
Thank you. Officer Morgan, where do you work?
Albion Department of Public Safety.
And what do you do there?
I am a sergeant patrol.
How long have you been there?
Roughly 7 years.
And are you familiar with Mr. and Mrs. Olapade?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to meet them on May 12th of 2021?
Yep, that's correct.
And what were the circumstances of you meeting them?
Charlena had come into the station regarding a domestic assault that she reported.
And what did she report?
She reported that her husband, and excuse me, I'm gonna mess his name up. I think she called him Ola, had struck her in the back of the head with a closed fist.
And did you do any investigation by talking to the parties?
I did. Yep, I ended up locating him later on. I spoke with him. He indicated to me that he did not recall exactly what occurred. However, there was a struggle with a phone, a physical struggle, and that was all that he remembered. He was then arrested and lodged for domestic violence at the Calhoun County Jail.
And did Mrs. Olapade indicate whether she wanted charges to be pressed against her husband?
If I recall, at the time she did not.
Okay, and do you recall whether she told you why not?
I do not recall that.
And do you recall whether or not she seemed to be injured, whether she complained of any pain?
She had made complaints of her head hurting, and she was kind of holding the back of her head neck area during the conversation that I had with her at her station.
And do you know whether or not what the final disposition of that matter was?
I know that he was arrested and lodged at the jail. I don't know what happened afterwards.
Thank you, officer. I have no further questions.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Hold on. Mr. Olapade, do you have any questions of the officer?
Yes, Officer Morgan, do you remember where the premises where you came to meet me?
Yes, sir. I met you at the church on Grace Street, at Grace Temple Church, I believe it was.
Yes. Do you remember who I was talking to when you met me there, Officer Morgan?
I believe it had been the one of the church members, pastor or something along
He
those
was the
lines.
pastor, yes.
Yep.
Do you remember you telling me that you were just supposed to come and talk to me, but I told you yes, was having a struggle because my wife didn't want me to come and talk to the pastor, and that you can go ahead and arrest me?
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said, do you remember that you told me that my wife said you should just come and talk to me? That I shouldn't be arrested, but I told you yes, we were scuffling because she didn't want me to talk to the pastor or the wife, and that was why we had that confrontation, and that you can go ahead and arrest me.
I remember that we spoke. Yeah, you were obviously very compliant. I remember your wife did want me to talk to you, and I believe that was the extent of it. She did not want you arrested, if I can recall correctly. And that you were there to speak to the pastor about the incident that occurred, I believe.
Thank you, Officer Morgan.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Ms. McNiff?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Officer Morgan, thank you. You're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. You as well.
we'll go back to cross-examination of the plaintiff. So, Mr. Olapade, you can continue your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we left, now we're talking about the financial situation and the account that you thought was a shared joint account. You mentioned that the account, because it receives the yearly, if any, tax return, it's a joint account. And I asked you if you get half of that. And then you said also that the house received the Ohio monthly payment when we had the house. Is that correct?
Our account, which is documented for our taxes every year on our tax return, has the homestead account on it. That's where it has to be noted for the routing. And it's noted on each one of those. So it was sent to the homestead account. And also the rental of property, which also has, I have documentation from SMHA and Stark County Metropolitan Housing Authority that states that the deposit goes into the homestead account. I said that it was a joint account.
The Ohio account, are you claiming that the house is an income account or just rental? What about all the monthly payment I pay to West Fargo? Because something goes into it doesn't make it a profit.
I'm sorry, I don't really understand the question.
My saying is there are times when the renters pay either by cash app or into the account. But my point is that I use that my personal account to pay for the mortgage for that house, West Fargo.
Objection, I don't believe that's a question.
Okay.
I just wanted to get our understanding there. But
sir, that's a statement. You can ask her a question.
All right, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes. Charlena, what's your recollection about the tax debt that we had this past tax year? Did you get anything back, or did we owe, and who paid?
I did the paperwork for the house in Ohio every year, except for the year I started working at Albion College, and you pressured me to try to get it done, and I couldn't because it was a federal report due. That was the only year I didn't do the paperwork for the housing. I kept all of those records for our accountant who needed it. So I did the paperwork for all of that information, and it's submitted to the to our accountant. And if I didn't record all of the expenses, we would have owed more taxes. So I was asking you for all of the paperwork that was sent your way regarding the house, and you kept telling me, don't worry about it. It's not going to make a difference. And our accountant told us that year that we sold the house, it did make a difference. So we wouldn't have to pay more.
Charlena, answer my question. Who paid the debt that we have to refund over $3,000?
It wasn't, I don't think it was $3,000, Ola. We didn't have to pay $3,000.
It's in the tax return is in evidence. You already submitted it.
To the question and
Okay.
answer the
Who
question.
paid?
Yes.
That's what I ask you.
Yes.
It came out of the joint account.
But is your name on that account? How do you consider
Yes, my name is on the account. My name is on
It's
the
not on it. Do you know we have?
Argumentative.
Okay.
Hold on, let's wait. Ask the question, give her time to answer, don't interrupt, and then you can ask the next question.
Yes. The checking account, and this is very important in light of the $10,500 that you withdrew when I was leaving the house. Do you have a debit card to that account, or the properties that go to joint account? Or do you have any access? Have you ever withdrawn any money, just like you did March 8th last year when you withdrew the 10,003 withdrawal?
Although you would give me permission to withdraw or ask me, and even in times when you traveled, to withdraw funds from the account. If there was a debit card, I wasn't given a debit card. My name is on the account.
Yeah, your name was on the, I like that you used the word that gave you permission, because I travel a lot. There was a time, the first time I put your name on the checking account, I was going to Morocco for 8 weeks. So I added, just like you added my name to your own Blue Cross your account. So I gave you access to write the check, but in this instance, when you moved out, one, was I aware that you were moving out? And then did I give you any access to go withdraw 10,500?
Ola, the checks from the SMHA could not be deposited into the homestead account if I was not on the account, because that money from SMHA is in my name for the household rental. That's in my name. It cannot be deposited into the homestead account if I'm not on the account.
Charlena, please answer my
You
question.
were
I am not saying
you were signing my name on those checks before it was automatic deposit. I set it up for automatic deposit, and that protected you.
Are you saying I'm doing anything illegal?
You did. You were signing my name and depositing the checks into the homestead account. I set it up for automatic deposit, but those checks came in my name.
But that is the only account I have. And I'm the one that pays West Vago, the mortgage.
Objection,
that is-
no question here.
Yeah, ask the question, sir. Don't
All right.
make any testimony at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. And light of the finances, what is the relationship between you and the first renter, our renter person that we had, Amber? Charlena, can you tell the court what is the relationship between you and Amber?
I knew Amber's grandmother was my 4-H advisor when I was younger, and she became a mentor of mine. So Amber is her granddaughter. That's how I know Amber. I've known Amber, and it just was coincidence that she was looking for a place to live and went through SMHA to apply. I did not seek her out. And not only that, she rented that house out from 2006 until, I think it was for 12 years. The reason why she moved out is because you got on the phone and started hollering at her, going off on her, and she decided to move.
Thank you.
That,
That was the reason I asked that question. And because I wanted to address that issue of you saying I hollered at her. Two things. When she rented, I said I wanted to address the issue that you said I shouted at her. That was why she moved. One, when she rented the house, how many bedrooms is the house, Charlena?
When she rented the house, SMHA's requirement is that, it's based on how many children you have. At the time when she rented the house, she only had one child. It was a 3-bedroom house, and the house is set empty. So we needed some income to help cover that expense. She moved in there. She only had a 2-bedroom, a voucher. We accepted that. As she was living in the house, she ended up, having another child. I put in a request to ask for more income because she required that additional bedroom. They did not grant us that. And I did try, but they didn't grant it. But there was...
Your Honor, I'm struggling with the relevance of this line of questioning.
Because I wanted to address the finances of the house, why we fight. She said I shouted at her. That's what I'm going to. The first time we had a fight over, let's change this to 3.
If you can, sir, address it directly. Don't beat around the bush, because what happened with regard to the Ohio house isn't too relevant as it relates to where we're at today.
Yes, the point has to do with how we leaked a lot of income because I was paying the mortgage even when I was in Iowa State.
Okay, I don't need any testimony now. Ask her a question that's relevant.
The question, all right, sir. Charlena, please, to your memory, do you remember what she was doing in the house that blocked the sewer that I paid almost $4,000 twice? What she was doing that she lied to SMHA that she wasn't supposed to do. She got to Section 8 because she wasn't supposed to be working in the house. What is your recollection?
She does hair. So, and she also had, came down with a diagnosis. She had some health issues. So she was working out of the home. But I had in our lease agreement that she wasn't supposed to be working, having a business in the house. Also, she wasn't supposed to have dogs, but you gave her permission to do that because you said she was paying the rent. The SMHA inspector had called us and said, do you know that she has a dog in the house? Do you know that your lease agreement says that you're not supposed to have it? You okayed that. You were okaying things that she wasn't supposed to do. So how can I enforce anything when you were giving her permission to do other things?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask that question so that the court will understand why I was trying to reprimand her about blocking the sewer system twice that I had to spend out-of-pocket money to repair.
Go
The
ahead.
Thank you, sir. The other question was that if my salary account at Homestead is a joint account, are you saying to the court that I prevented you from paying your debt since all my credit card get paid every month and you were not able to, as you claimed?
My salary, based on my salary compared to yours, I paid a higher percentage of my income went into our household, whether it be for the kids, my personal expenses, the house expenses. And even with your own words, you know that I put in things returned back into the house. What it's given to me.
Let's itemize those expenses. Charlena, who pays the mortgage or rent since we met in 1999?
The mortgage came out of the homestead account.
Who pays the property tax and escrow for the house in Ohio and the house here in Michigan?
That came out of the homestead account because remember the money coming in from the rental property also went into the homestead account.
So you are saying that the money coming from from the house doesn't pay the West Fargo, the mortgage. We don't hold the house in Ohio. So how is that paying for the escrow here?
The house in Ohio's based on what we owe, it was not, the rent is not comparable to what's here in Michigan. The rent amount, I mean, the mortgage amount on that house is nothing compared to here. There was what do you call it? The expense and the income. There was more income coming from the house in Ohio to cover the expenses and also have money into the account, left into the account, Ola.
Your brother, Chip, are you familiar with Chip Capus?
He's my brother.
So where does the money for him to take care of the house come from?
That's what I'm saying. Whenever that's needed, Ola, it goes into that joint account. The money from the SMHA and the rental property, because you had set up Cash App. I didn't even have Cash App at the time. You set up Cash App so that the new tenants, the tenants that you found that neglected, end up neglecting the house. But when they had to pay, they paid through Cash App, and if that money went into it, you kept it as Cash App.
Okay, who pays for the house insurance?
It comes out of the homestead account. Just like in my, just like the groceries and the kids' expenses, lunch money, all come out of the account from the Blue Ox account, which your name is on. So there's expenses that from the house coming out of both of those accounts that went into this house to take care of this house.
You are conflating general account.
Objection argumentative.
Yeah,
All right.
ask the question, sir. Don't comment
No,
on
I
the
do.
testimony.
Thank you for your understanding, Your Honor. Who pay for the car insurance, Charlena?
The car insurance comes out of the homestead account.
Which brings me to the issue of Olapade having an accident. In December 3rd, you said that the insurance wrote to her that I took the money. That was the day you went to withdraw the $10,005. Can you remind the court what insurance company we use?
We had just switched over insurance company, Citizens Insurance Company of the Midwest.
So how can the check written to refund for the car accident be written to Olapade if she wasn't the one that insured with the car insurance?
I have a picture of the check and it says pay $3,951.27 cents. And it says to the order of Olabowale Olapade and Olaide Olapade, because you were a co-signer. She was making the payments on the car and you were her co-signer through MCCU and Marshall. So when she had that accident, you didn't want to do the insurance paperwork. And Olaide was in class in school, and she was also traveling for indoor track meet. I took care of that, and then the insurance company sent you and Olaide the electronic paperwork that y'all both had to sign off on it. Her name was on the check. She didn't sign it when you deposited it into the homestead. Her signature
when-
was not on there. But
When-
she was supposed to sign it along with you. And it says Olabowale Olapade and Olaide Olapade. Paid
And
to
when
the order of.
When I deposited it, did I write another check on my name when I was traveling?
You had wrote out a check and asked me to give it to her when she come, because you didn't want Olaide to come all the way from Indiana. And if there was a delay in your flight, that she not be able to pick up the amount in the check. But you had told her that that check came in your name because insurance was in your name.
Thank you.
That wasn't the case.
If that is so, why did you go to cancel that check and write a cashier's check and then additional 3 other checks?
I had canceled that check because I did not want Olaide to be punished and you not give her money for that for the vehicle that she had paid for. I think she had maybe
Honest?
$800
When I already
on
wrote
her
out the check to her?
balance.
Hold on, wait,
I
let her
think
answer.
she had $800 balance on that vehicle, even though it was totaled and she didn't have, and she needed another vehicle to get around in school in Indiana. So I had that check canceled so you would not punish her because I moved out. And that was the first thing that was deducted from the balance that was in the homestead account. And I made sure that she had a cashier's check in her name that I was to give her when she came on the 11th, on that Monday.
But Charlena, why do you think I would punish her when I already written the check to her and I called her to come and pick up the check?
Ola, you told her that the check came in your name, that it was written out to you. That was deceitful right there.
Was it? You just read it to the courts.
It says pay to the order of Olabowale Olapade and Olaide Olapade, which means both of y'all have to sign off on the check. The check came in both of y'all's name. The only reason why you're on there is because you are also a co-signer. That's why that's why you had to sign off on the insurance paperwork.
But I'm the one paying for the insurance. I'm the one that insured the cars.
Hold on, sir, just a minute. Can we move on? Court doesn't
All right.
find this whole issue about the accident and the check to your daughter to be very relevant to these
All right.
proceedings. So we're
Thank
spending far too much time on this.
All right. Charlena, health insurance, the issue of health insurance is very important. When I got this job in 2006, what insurance do we have from University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee? Are you familiar with Umana?
Your Honor, I'm not sure that the insurance company that they had in 2006 is relevant.
Because she said that she's the only one that has been insuring. I wanted to put in the context how we discuss her having a job to have an insurance.
Okay,
So it's a question that will lead me to clarify the muddy waters about insurance.
okay, well, let's be really limited on this stuff because I don't want to go through the insurance for every year that you were married. So
All right, sir. Charlena, do you recollect our conversation about you? Because when I started in 2006, the insurance was $1,000, I think, Blue Cross Blue Sheet. The college was so happy that I declined it, even giving me $100 every month. And you got an insurance from Community Action. Is that to your recollection?
When we moved here in 2006, I didn't have a job with Community Action. You had declined the insurance for the family, even though we had 2 young kids. Lydie was 5 when we moved here. You declined the insurance, so we had no insurance. When I went to work with Community Action in 2007 and became a full-timer in the summer of 2007 is when we got insurance.
That is what I was saying.
That's when, and they took out it's $300 a month, $150 something every 2 weeks. They took it out of my income. And when I returned to work making $14 an hour, that was taken out of my salary as well. And also I was paying for childcare, which is really expensive for 2 young kids and one not even being in school yet.
But that is very important in light of how I, prioritize healthcare for the kids. Remember when, do you recollect that when I went to Milwaukee, I had an option between Milwaukee and Yale. And why I did not go to Yale was that they only insured me. They did not insure the family. And you were pregnant with Ayo. Is that your recollection in 2024? That was why I did not go to Yale in January, went to Milwaukee in July, 1st of July, because of the insurance.
Oh, no, I don't recall that.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Right.
Charlena,
when you work for,
because in Iowa, you were in Iowa at the beginning of when you went to
Ma'am, hold on. You said you don't recall. You can leave it at that.
leave it like that, yes.
Long
Okay.
dissertation.
Okay.
Yes. Charlena, if insurance is very important to you, do you recall our conversation when you worked for Albion College in 2022 and the insurance went down from 1,000 to 500 because we were both co-employee?
That's the only, Ola, you've been at Albion College all of these years. You never offered to do it until I was able to get it when I got the position there.
Answer my question. Do you recollect?
I recall that we got insurance when I started working at Albion College, after you've been working there for how many years?
But that is my point, that our bargain, our discussion that you should keep a job so that you will help the house with the insurance. And when you got the job with Albion College, the insurance went back to half and we all went back on it. Is that your recollection, that the insurance was cheaper because we were both employee of Albion College?
The insurance was cheaper because
Thank you.
us were there.
Thank you. And having said that, I want you to tell the court, was I aware that you were going to leave? Because you talk about the picture and I refused to go take a picture. Did you recollect our fight over you leaving the job and not letting me know, despite all the discussions we had about you keeping that job? Was I aware that you resigned until weeks after from Albion College, where I'm a professor?
No, you knew because they had a 2-month notice. When I get submitted that notice, that was after I was left the hospital, where the doctor told me that if my heart enzymes kept increasing, they were going to keep me. So when I left that hospital, I had to make some decisions. Even my other doctor, Dr. Bakken, had said, Charlena, if you don't make some changes, it's not going to look good for you. So after I got out of that hospital in April, I had to make the decision to resign, but I gave them a 2-month notice. So my last day at Albion College was end of June. So you knew.
So why did you say that if you told me I would be angry that you were on your vacation? Or was that the job you left before that with Nancy?
Ola, that was 2019. That's the year that I was diagnosed with diabetes. That was also later part of that, and I was still working. That later part of that year in August is when I passed out. And then I returned to my doctor and found out that my Graves' disease was out of remission. And so there was some health issues and I was on medicine. There was multiple autoimmune issues. And I did not say anything to you in December because my mom was coming to visit. The kids, you always go on your vacations. There was a time that I was going to use my PTO time. And you had threatened over and over multiple other times that my mom would not be able to come and visit when you got mad at me. So you would ruin the whole vacation for all of us, and even for me, which I needed a vacation.
All right.
And I was using my PTO time all the way up until in January of 2020 when I told you. But I ended up having to tell you 2 days prior. The kids were in the car, the boys were in the car. And and we were leaving a basketball game, and you were still badgering me. Out of nowhere, you started talking about me working for Nancy. You were complaining about it. For those 3 years, you
Charlena, please answer
complained
my
about
question
me.
so that we
You
don't waste the court's
complained
time.
about me working under Nancy. I had a job there, and you complained because you did not want me working for Nancy, which was our neighbor who and friend of the family. I don't know why you had such an issue, but you complained about it.
Talking about trips, Charlena, how many times have you been to Nigeria?
2 times.
How many times have I taken you to Canada?
To Canada. We went when the lady was for our anniversary and 2000 not that was right before a few weeks before 9/11 happened. We were able to get back inside of US. So that was
Mexico.
2001.
It's okay, but you are not denying you've gone on trips.
But the Nigeria trips were for your siblings' weddings.
Mexico.
San Diego, we rode a train over. We took the kids to San Diego, and we took a train over to Mexico. It was
New Orleans.
You and I, we took, that was a family trip. And one of those trips, when we went on, Ola, it was part of your research too. So you got reimbursed and the kids helped you. Even in one of the Canada trips, we drove and it was part of your research.
Florida.
Like I said, it was part of your research. We drove down to Florida and we made a vacation out of it. And you got from
Mackinac Island.
Mackinac.
The UP.
Yes.
The Upper Peninsula.
Yeah,
Mackinac.
we went there in October. We drove up there. Again, we used the van. We used the family things that we did.
You are not denying that we take trips.
When was the last time? Oops, sorry.
Before COVID. And all the trips I take, you will not disagree that I take trips because of the nature of my job. Every summer I go to do research.
You went to Cancun. You went to like this Colombia trip. You went to Kenya for in May of 2023, but then you went back during my surgery for your vacation trip. You would always go to Nigeria, which, like I said, you needed to be checking up on your parents. Your mommy passed away in 2019. But you went on Las Vegas. You travel, and to the point where I just don't keep track. But you gone on. There was trips that was non-related to your research that you traveled.
Okay.
And
let me quickly go through some of these groceries. Is it your contention that you exclusively buy groceries?
Ola, you would buy the African things that for the African dish. Those grocery bills every 2 weeks, myself, Aldi, Save a Lot, Walmart.
I don't buy groceries in Sam's.
Sam's Club.
Hold on. You can ask questions. You cannot respond to her questions by denying it.
Thank you, sir.
That's when your testimony will come in. You're only here to ask her questions.
Right.
Sam's Club. A matter of fact, I was the one who got the membership for Sam's Club. So Sam's Club, Walmart, Save a Lot, Aldi's. Those grocery bills, $300 some for a family of 7 or 3-5. I'm counting.
So it's your position that I do not.
I never said that you didn't buy African food or you didn't buy. Those are the things you're saying that I don't do, and I'm telling you what I do.
I did not say that. I didn't say you don't. I just said, is it your position that I don't?
I never said that.
All right. Do you have any? Is it your position that I pay for telephone, cable, electric, out isn't gas, air, and in Ohio, even when the house was empty, utilities?
When I said that we had to pay for the house in Ohio, both of our income, because we were taking care of 3 houses.
What do you mean both of our income?
3.
I write the checks for
I wrote checks as well, Ola. We had 3 houses, 3 places of living that we had to take care of. And it took both of our income to do that.
Charlena, please, can you tell the court your specialization? Special college education, specialization, and
Yeah, I have an undergrad degree, individual family consumer studies with emphasis on family. And my master's degree is in early childhood education with focus on preschool. And I had a provisional 4-year license. And then when we got here in Michigan, I had my 5-year professional. I have 5-year professional from Ohio.
yes, thank you. Would you submit that you can use either of these degrees to work and work effectively? And can you tell the court what would be comparable income for either your first degree or your second degree?
Here in the state of Michigan, when I moved here, I've talked to the Department of Education as well as a staff member from Albion College. And I even have letters to that effect of trying to be grandfathered in here and use my license. I can only get a early childhood endorsement. There's not even the teaching certificate. The state of Michigan said I had to return back to school because Michigan had changed their requirements along with Ohio. And I said, yes, they both changed at the same time. And so I couldn't use my certification from Ohio here in Michigan. I had to return to school. There was no way to be able to return to school. You weren't offering to even help with childcare expenses. I had my student loans to pay back. So my salary here, even working in the field of early childhood education, started out with $14 an hour.
Can you tell the court what was your salary when you worked with Albion College 2 years ago?
$25 an hour.
Give us the per annum. It's on the tax that you.
It's about about 50 or 52,000 a year.
Thank you. All right.
And it was a grant, and it was a grant position. It was a new program.
For 5 years.
Grant position for 5 years. And the first year I wasn't even there.
Okay. Can you tell the court why you left the job? I recollected that you said people are not doing their jobs.
I had ended up going into the hospital under stress. I had stayed up overnight for 24 hours for something that I should not have. I had a work order to help me with the data. As you know, Albion College software system for recording student data is in multiple software programs, Banner, and there was another one. Federal government, the software program that we purchased, we were supposed to export that information and import it into the data system that we were supposed to use to report to the federal government. The work order was placed. I started working there in August. I placed that work order for that to happen at the end of October, beginning of November. That work order was still open the day I resigned, the day, my last day at Albion College. That work order was still open, and I ended up making sure the federal report was submitted, but staying up all night, exporting that information from both of those software programs into the system that I had to report to the federal government. Not only that, the final.
Hold on a second, ma'am. He asked, why did you resign that position? And you're getting into all sorts of stuff that's not responsive.
Okay, that I did not have the support of Albion College for the federal report, the annual federal report, as well as health issues, the stress behind it, and that I ended up in the hospital in April.
Do you recollect the conversation about it? This is in light of you said I am paranoid. Did you recollect that I told you I had to train on Banner, Argos, all the software you are working that will be able to help you? And that if the IT people are stressing you, that they say you should talk to India, that you should talk to the provost, who I am on the same committee with. What was you told me to leave you alone? Was that to your recollection?
No.
All right.
That's not that. No. That's
it's okay.
Station, I don't ever recall that kind of
I did not tell you to talk to Ron, the provost.
No.
And on the FPC week.
No, I did follow the protocol that I was supposed to at work, and I did just that. I followed the protocol that I was required to do.
All right. Did you recollect me discussing with you that you need this for retirement, this 5-year renewable for another
No,
year? If you
you
work 10
didn't have,
years, you
you
did
did
not.
not have no conversation like that.
All right. But did you recollect the gift Aki and I picked for you when we went for AAU that you said, I don't know your love language, that I'm just carried away by title when you got this job? That was congratulating because your attorney asked if I give you
Yes.
gift. I bought you a $75 gift. I gave that gift to my sister.
I struggle to understand the question.
I said, does she recollect
The
our
dialect.
conversation about a gift I gave her after she got the job that she did not use for a year? She was angry. She said I was trying to make fun of her, calling her director.
The gift you gave me was facial cream, chemicals that I don't even use. I use a basic facial wash. That was the gift. It
You've
was
answered the question. I just
it
wanted
was
you
a
to know,
facial-
do I give you gift or not?
Stop.
All right.
She's trying to answer the question. Don't interrupt her when she's trying to answer.
Thank
When
you.
she's done, then you can ask another question.
It was a facial cream with chemicals. I use a basic cream for my face. That was the gift. And I don't know if it was for because I got the new job or not. The title position, you would just call me the director, and you didn't pay attention to me other times. And you had complaints, like I said, when I worked for Nancy, but then all of a sudden as a director position, you were thrilled about the title director.
All right. Before the issue in 2021, when Officer Charlena and his colleagues were called, do you recall your church member, Miss Nora Jackson, coming to talk about 401k when I told you to show me to take this job? Nora Jackson, that was the afternoon before the fight. It was in your police report that we're fighting over retirement, 401k. Officer Collins that just came, that incident. I said, do you recall that Miss Jackson, Nora Jackson, I called her to come to the house about this 401k because your pastor's wife also wanted the job.
You called Sister Jackson.
That was the same incident
before. It was not. It was not.
It was the same incident.
Sir, stop. You can't ask a question and not let her answer it.
Sorry, Your Honor.
So ask the question, then be quiet till she finishes the answer.
You called Sister Jackson. It wasn't around that time. It was a few months before that you called Sister Jackson over to the house to talk to me, but it wasn't about no 401k plan. She doesn't know anything about the job. She doesn't know anything. We just have a relationship from the church, and she was at the time youth coordinator. So she worked with our kids, but we didn't have no talk about no 401k or my job.
It was, you recall that you said, why didn't I want to be a department chair? Because there was a program officer. I said you should take the directorship position. You said, why can't I go be department chair myself? You told Mrs. Nora Jackson.
You complained about me and my positions. And I just said, far as supervising people. And I said, you yourself would not even accept to be a chair of your own department to supervise people. But it's stressful supervising people. I had to supervise on my jobs anywhere between 16 people to 22 people at one time in multiple locations. So when you called Sister Jackson over to talk to me because you were upset with me. So, but we didn't talk about no 401k. We didn't talk about my job.
Well, to my recollection, it was that. And then your pastor's wife, do you recollect she asked me for a job at the education? She also has a master's in education.
I don't know.
And that was when I was going to talk to her in church when we were fighting over the phone. Do you recollect?
I don't recall.
First lady.
I wasn't there when you had a conversation with her or when she had a conversation with you, but it wasn't that you came to the church or so. Maybe I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't have that know what the conversation was between you and her. I don't know.
So do you recollect when we discussed that you should use the house for as your specialization in early childhood for daycare, given the need for daycare services, Abio, and you said I was insulting you?
First of all, you said about, I don't even know if you made a suggestion about daycare. Maybe you said Miss Oswald, I guess was doing home daycare, and you were saying, why don't I do something like that? I knew our house is not licensed for that, for our safety and enough square footage for them, to meet the requirements. I knew our house did not meet those requirements. And
You
then not
told-
only that, your patience with our own kids was not there. So let alone having somebody else's kids in the house, I was concerned about.
Okay, so talking about the patience with our own kids, if I'm impatient, you recollect when Ayo was in the house smoking, closing the door. What did I do? If I'm not patient with the kids, I came back from watching Aki play football. I was sitting beside you, came home, he was smoking in the house upstairs.
You told me that he had a cigarette. He told me that it was somebody at the campus had told him it was what is it? Like it wasn't a real cigarette. And so he was so comfortable enough in believing what they had said that he tried to smoke in the house. You told me that you came home and you smelt it and you talked to him, but you took his things away. You
All
took
right.
some
I
things.
thought you said I wasn't patient with them. Have you ever, you used the word whoop. Have you ever, how many times have you taken my belt to whoop Ayo?
Ola, when they were little, I give them warnings. I didn't, when they had a spanking, they had a couple licks on their bottoms and they had to bend over and touch their toes. But I didn't come out there beating them upside their heads or waking them up, hitting them in their heads. They being awoken to being abused just like I was, where I'm asleep and you hit me. So you did that to them just like you did it to me.
I would like to address that. How many
Well,
times
sir,
have I
you can ask
come from
questions
upstairs?
about that. You
All
can
right, sir. I do have a
cross-reference your
question. Yes.
testimony.
Charlena, do you recollect sleeping, wearing headphone, watching TV, turning on that mobile heater that will come down and wake you up to turn it off? And how many times did that thing trigger the electricity in the basement? They have to we look for an electrician for months. They have to bring Professor Aaron to repair the basement light.
Ola, the heater had tripped it on that plug. And I started plugging it up on the other side, but it tripped it. You got upset. And it's sad to say that that's where I had to go on downstairs and watch TV because you weren't willing to even share the TV upstairs. I had to go in the basement.
So the same thing applicable to the kids. Do you remember that Ayo will have his music on the computer, then sleeping next to my room to go wake him up? Or Akin that will tell to do dishes, that will leave the light on downstairs, that will go wake them up to come and turn up the light? Is that your recollection? Or I just wake them up for no reason?
Yeah, there's times that you would assume that they were talking to somebody or doing something that they didn't do or was accused of, and you would go in there and wake them up.
To round up the financial and the domestic issue, please can you tell the court the college that our daughter Olapade attended starting from 2019?
Indiana Tech in Indiana, in Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Do you recollect what the tuition, room and board costs are?
I think it was $1,000 a month because she was a part of the tuition exchange, which Albion College had called, or the HR department called and told us that Indiana Tech, when they called to ask you about if she was going to Albion College, you said no, told them where. They found out that was part of the tuition exchange. So it was about $1,000 a month that was the room and board.
All right. So you and Anthony McNiff listed the payment for Ayo Akin to go to on trip Who paid for the 1,000 a month? Who paid for the room and board but for one semester?
For the first couple of semesters, I mean, the first couple of years, it was you, but then there was also COVID involved in that. So she was at home taking classes online. That it came out of the homestead account, I should say. I'm gonna say that it came out of the homestead account. But there was time where if you got upset with the lady, I remember, and I had to write out a check for the food block. You decreased the amount that she could use for food. And then you told me that I had to come up with a certain amount, and I did. But I was also making sure I paid their bulk stuff, toiletries and stuff, toilet paper to go to Sam's Club, get all of that stuff, laundry, all of that before every semester. I also paid out, brought gift cards for Aldi's and for Walmart.
Please answer my question,
To
Charlena.
supplement food. I also did that. So both of us. That's
You
the
said
answer. Both of
came
us.
out from my credit card or of the homestead account, my checking account?
The tuition and room and board, the expenses for Lady was from both of us. The tuition and also all of the clothes that they needed, the toiletries, the bulk stuff that I had brought for every semester before they went, even the gas and stuff to move them down there. You had told Lady that you wouldn't even move her down there, help her move down there. I'd use the van to help move her down there.
All right. I have evidence that to show that I was using my credit card to pay for the room and board every month for the 3.5, 7 semesters.
She paid for her last semester.
Yes, because I was getting to that.
You kicked her out of the house, and she ended up at the coldest week. You kicked her out of the house. She had no place to go. She went to her boyfriend's and his parents, and I didn't even know their parents, his parents.
I was getting to the last semester. Is it your recollection that I kicked her out, or I told her to go back to the apartment that I paid for because she insulted me here? The international students are there. She was supposed to be going January 1st for track anyway. So your concept of kicking out or telling somebody to do something is totally different.
She was required to move out of her dorm. And so she had no apartment or dorm to move back to at Indiana Tech. And she could not return until the varsity track team was permitted to come back. So she did not have a place to go.
I thought you said December. I thought that she was at earnings here in Abbey. You said on under oath that she went when I told her to go to the dorm that she was with Erin, with Nancy.
You just told me that you had told her to go back to her apartment.
That's what I told her. But you said under oath that she was at Nancy's with Erin.
She did not have a place to go back to. When she left, I learned she went to Aaron's before she went straight down to her boyfriend's. Aaron also was in college. She was here at Albion. She had a little bit of more time at her dorm. So Lydie was able to stay with Aaron in her dorm because in Albion, she was still allowed to live in her apartment. And that's where she stayed. And then when both of them had to move out, she went to Ohio.
So let's move from Olaide to Ayo. Do you recollect when in 2023, when Ayo was leaving high school, that we want to do the open house? Our discussion that we should not go and pay $800 when we have a house here to do that. What was your response? That's let's use the house. We have a whole house, 3-bedroom, garage. All his friends do all their open house. What did you tell me? Can you share that with the courts? Which started the problem with Ayo?
We did not have enough space for all the people that came to visit, to do the open house at our home. That the amount of people that came for Lidays, we did not have that kind of space. We did not know what the temperature was going to be like, if it was going to be raining. We did not want to invest and have all these people come even from out of town to be in the rain. And we shouldn't treat Ayo different than we treat Olaide.
That was what you told me.
And I went on ahead and saved and put money aside and put the money towards it and everything towards it. Then you, a couple weeks before the event, you said, how much is it? And I said,
remember I gave you
whatever,
$400.
I said, whatever you want to put towards it. I didn't even give you a dollar amount because I'd already put the money towards it.
I'm happy that we brought that up. That shows the court how you would not work with me when I want us to live within our limits.
Argumentative.
All right.
That's not a question,
So,
sir.
do you remember that same day, because Ayo was angry, he backed his car into Olaide's outside? And what did I do?
He was not angry. A lady was in town and she wasn't used to having a vehicle back there on that side of in the driveway, and he bumped into it. He was not angry.
All right.
He was,
do you remember?
it was his open house. Why was he angry?
I'm really not sure about the relevance of.
No, I'm addressing the impatience with the kids and domestic violence. Attorney McNiff, please let me address these issues. That same day during
Sir,
Ayo's
hold
open
on.
house,
What's the relevance? Explain the relevance first.
because it led to my son leaving the house, the weaponization of my first son. That same day, do you remember that Ayo and Olaide left for other people's open house?
Which day are you referring to?
The same open house when we were supposed to be parking that was looking for them. That my brother and his friends were the one moving things from upstairs in that place we used. Ayo and Olaide left to somebody else's open house. Do you remember? It's yes or no?
No.
All right. So do you remember before Ayo moved out, I took all his credit cards, all his bank cards, when he told me the phone I bought him, he wanted to buy a new iPhone. And I said, you are ready for college after he has been admitted to Albion College. What did you say?
What did I say? When
I took his cards that I shouldn't be spending the money that is meant for college.
You talked to him about it.
I said, what was your response?
That you were going to do that. So
you said it wasn't fair that I shouldn't do that to him. You said it in December 3rd that he got angry when I took his cards.
Oh, Ola, the same time that you was kicking Olaide out of the house, you were threatening to kick him out the house.
When you use these phrases, the kids would believe me as the bad guy. When I took his card, when he told me he wanted to go buy a new iPad, and Attorney McNiff, please let me address, you didn't let me submit evidence, and I want to address this issue. When my 17-year-old son said he wanted to go buy a new iPad, he has one. He wanted to go buy a new iPhone. I bought everybody phone, including my wife. And I took his card. I said, Ayo, we are getting ready for college.
I don't know where the question is here.
The question is, does she recollect? It's a yes or no, and I will move on.
What's the question again, sir?
Does she recollect when I took Ayo's credit card, debit card, so that he doesn't spend the money in the savings?
Okay. What's the relevance of taking his credit cards away?
Because that was what led to him leaving the house when I traveled. Ayo left the house exactly a year before Charlena moved out of the house in anger.
Sir, it's not relevant as to when he left, why he left, who told him to leave. The court's not going to make a decision based upon the circumstances of him leaving the house or not leaving the house. So move on.
Your Honor, does he fall under
Move on, sir.
All right. Charlena, do you remember that Ayo was already admitted to Albion College?
He received a letter that he was accepted into Albion College.
Thank you. Charlena, please, can you tell the court, or do you know, was I informed when the preparation for him to move to Grand Rapids? Was I part of the conversation?
Your Honor, again, this child is an adult, and
but it's a witness list. It's part of what caused the problem.
How is it relevant to the issues the court has to decide?
Your Honor, the plaintiff said I was abusive.
Okay, then ask her about the direct abuse then.
That's
not about who somebody's moving to Grand Rapids or moving somewhere else.
Your Honor, that was what I'm getting to, because the last arrest was due to asking for where my son was.
Okay.
I know what I'm talking about. I'm a professor. I was asking, and the evidence that you wouldn't let me submit said she wouldn't tell me where they were with them.
Ask about the instances of abuse, if that's what you want to get to. I don't care if he moved to Grand Rapids or didn't move to Grand Rapids, or whether he was admitted to Albion College. or not. Ask about the specific incident if that's what you want a response to.
All right. Okay, let me move to the last arrest. Charlena, do you recollect the occurrences? I know on December 3rd, you said your mom had a concussion that fell down. Do you recollect that Olapade came back here to celebrate, and I promised to take her and our youngest Akin to Detroit to a restaurant, and you said I shouldn't. Do you recollect?
No,
All right. Do you recollect when I changed my mind, we called you from Jackson if you wanted to have Kudoba or Chipotle? That was during the period before we came back home that day.
no, you may have had that conversation with them, but I don't recall.
Thank you. Do you recollect when I was telling Olapade to go back, that you said I threw her out that same day before that incident happened? I was trying to tell her that it was too late to drive back to Fort Wayne. And that is usually my nature, that you need to leave now. You need to leave now. It's too late.
I just recall you telling her you need to leave, you need to leave.
Yes. So that, I think, touched on a couple of the issue of the financial situation. Ayo's case, domestic violence. Another thing I really wanted to touch, especially given the time that you spent on the financial issue, was I aware of all these debts until mediation, that you had a $42,000 debt? What did I do when we got married, that I knew about your 14,000 student loan fee? What did we do as a collective?
I paid. You did not pay. You did not offer to pay.
Okay. So, but this 42,000, is it your position that you accrue 42,000 since you were diagnosed with cancer last year, or due to the 2,000, 1,005, 1,004 of the student trip that you highlighted here?
I believe my lawyer and I have pointed that out, what the balance was before and then what the balance after. The balance did accrue some, the interest rate, if you were late on the payments, throughout this last couple of years, the interest rate kept increasing because it was a variable rate.
So finally, just to address this, so is it your position that anything that comes out of the Homestead Bank account that I closed, and if it was a joint account, what step did you take when I closed that account? The bank told me to close it immediately I got back from Colombia. As the owner of the account, did you take any step to challenge that? Because that account has been closed.
The purpose of the amount that I've taken out was to divide up that account, because as you shared back in June, you were sending money over to Nigeria. In the past, you have said, I can go over there and live comfortably. And 2 weeks prior to you going to Colombia, at that time, I didn't even know that you were going to Colombia. And you told me that things between us would never be the same because I put you in jail twice. So I knew that things were going to get worse for me.
But you didn't answer my question. If it is a joint account, when I got back and the bank told me to close the account, what step have you taken?
I did address it. I said I took out the half. I took out the balance, what was in the account on the 7th. I took and subtracted the amount that you owed Lide, and then from there, the half of that amount. And then in December, when you got out of jail, you went to the Homestead account and took out, I think it was $7,000 something and put it into a CD, which I am not on. And so I asked the bank, because that was taken out without even sharing that information with me, and I got half of that. So everything I divided in half. So there was no reason for me to go back and address anything.
No, but you have not answered my question. You are owing 42,000. If it's a joint account, why wasn't that paid? I don't have that kind of debt. Why hasn't it been paid? I am using this to ask you a question. What did I do to prevent you from paying your debt? If you said I had 7,000, I had this from my salary account. If it's a joint account.
Ola, I made payments, what I could pay on the account. So with the money that I took out of the Homestead joint account, what I was using, my last payment until I had to do some repairs on the car.
As you can see from my line of questioning, I am refuting your position that we have a joint account. Did we ever have a joint account when we were in Ohio or in Milwaukee? I say I am
Sir,
refuting
how is that relevant to where we're at now or when the?
because we
action-
had a discussion before we got married that I don't believe in joint accounts. I am just saying, why can you say you have a joint account and then you want me to pay after effect of a loan or debt she incurred? There should be a separation of financial issues. There has never been
You have
a.
an opportunity, you'll have an opportunity to argue that. You'll have an
All right.
opportunity to testify to that.
Your Honor, I apologize.
It's
I
not
d- I don't-
relevant. It's, hold on. It's not relevant if you had a joint account when you were in Milwaukee or Ohio, et cetera. So move on, please.
All right, my Honor, I'm done with my cross questioning.
You have any other questions?
Please, I do, please. Charlena, Attorney McCliff asked you about taking care of the yard, and you said you do the leaf blowing, the kids do the mowing. So are you aware that I'm the one that does all of this? Except Aki now, and I had a lot of problem with Ayo not even contributing.
No, you got on Io about you accused him for breaking down the lawnmower. So it's not just you, the kids, and myself as well. I mean, you get out there sometimes and get on the lawnmower, but for the most part, the kids and myself.
Who bought the lawnmower, the blower, and everything?
It came out of the homestead account, Ola.
So it is your contention that anything purchased is from the homestead account is
Both of our names on both of the accounts.
your name is not on the account, Charlena. Do you have any proof your name is on the account? Your name on the check is different from the name on the account. Your name is not on the account.
Sir, that's not a question.
All right. I'm done, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McNiff, any redirect?
I just have a few. Mrs. Olapade, why do you believe that you were joint on that homestead account? With your husband?
We had our joint taxes and we had our rental property in Ohio, and we both contributed to house expenses.
Do you know if your name was on the account?
Yes.
And when you withdrew funds from that account, did you have any difficulties with the bank?
None whatsoever, because my name is on the account.
How did you withdraw the funds from the account? Did you use a check, or did you just go in and fill out a withdrawal slip?
I went in and talked with the bank manager and explained what I was requesting and requested cashier's checks.
And you had no problems getting those cashier's checks?
None whatsoever.
And your husband mentioned a CD. Was there a CD that he withdrew funds from? Did he withdraw funds from the homestead account and put those funds into a CD before you made that withdrawal?
Yes, there was already an existing CD. And then he had withdrew after he got out of jail in December of 2023, and he withdrew 7,000 and something and added it to the CD, the current CD.
And was that in your joint names or in his sole name?
In his whole name.
And so you withdrew funds then in March of the following year, is that accurate?
March of 2024.
He was in jail in December of 2023, and then
Yes.
in March of 2024 was when you withdrew the funds.
Yes.
And did you withdraw 1/2 of the funds from both the CD and the homestead bank account?
No, so the only amount of the CD that I withdrew half of was the amount that he added to the CD in December.
So it was only the funds he took out of your joint account and then added to the CD.
Correct.
And you left the CD,
He has the CD.
the balance of the CD alone.
Yes, I haven't touched the CD.
Your husband asked you why you didn't pay your credit cards out of the joint homestead account. Is there a reason why you didn't take funds out of that homestead account in order to pay your credit card debt?
Again, even though it was a joint account, you have to have permission.
And when you say you had to have permission, are you saying that you were required by your husband to ask
Yes.
permission to use those funds?
Correct.
And what would happen if you asked permission to use those funds?
He would claim, just like he says now, that it doesn't belong to me. And even though we have our taxes and our rental property income going into that account. And then he would also say, like I said, what would you do if you were single? So you just learn not to, I have to take care of what I needed to take care of.
Were your husband and your daughter joint on your daughter's car? Or just on the debt for the car?
Say that one more time.
Were your husband and your daughter joint owners of your daughter's car, or just joint on the debt for the car? They
For
both on
the
the title of the car?
No, just the debt. I believe it's just a debt. Because she purchased the Jeep.
When you resigned from Albion College, how many years were left on that grant, if you recall?
3.
And do you know when the grant would end? What year?
2000. At this 2005. So you had to apply for 2004, which at the time I left, they still hadn't had a grant writer.
So is that job is no longer available?
Did I say 2005?
You did.
No, it's not 2005. 2020. It was 2020. I'm going back at 2005. That's when my age of my daughter. So the 2000 till 2005. So yes, it's still in existence because it doesn't expire until this year. Should to be renewed. And I don't know if it's been re-awarded. I don't know that because I'm not there.
Do you agree that your husband offered to help you with your the problems at your Albion College job?
I don't agree. He didn't. That wasn't a conversation. He couldn't do anything. He didn't get me the job, even though he claimed he got me the job. He did not get me the job.
Okay, but did he offer to help you?
No.
Your husband seemed to imply that you would spank the children with a belt. Is that accurate?
Yes, I had when they were younger. That was the couple of swats on the bottom, and again, nowhere else on their body.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ma'am, I do, before I turn it back over to Mr. Olapade,
Yes.
to clarify, and because the court has some concern as far as that dividing up, when back in approximately March of 2024, you took out half of the money from the homestead account and took that, as you said, you were dividing the account in half, correct?
Correct.
And then I didn't understand on the CD, you said he had a CD, but then you took out half of some other money to make that, again, divide that up as well. Is that correct?
It came out of the checking account because Ola had withdrew back in December.
Okay, hold on. But you said that you took out one half of the CD. So you didn't take out half of the CD, you took out half of the amount of the CD from a checking account?
The CD balance, I didn't touch that balance. What I touched was in December 27th, he took from the checking account $7,134.74. He moved that.
Give me the number again, 7,000?
$7,134.74. He moved that out of the checking account on December 27, 2023, and placed it into a CD and into an existing CD. So half of that was should be the 3,567. Is that the half?
Okay, so approximately half of that amount you took out from where?
From the checking account,
What
Because-
checking account?
the homestead checking account,
Okay,
because he moved that money out into a CD that's not in my name in
Okay.
December.
so you took out approximately $3,500 and some dollars from the homestead account because he had removed the other at the end of December, but then you took out approximately what's 10,500 from the homestead later in March or something, is that correct?
No, on the same day, there was
What's the same day? You said,
I apologize. That's
Tell the judge how much you took on, from Homestead on the one day.
Friday, March 8th. So Friday, March 8th, there was an amount of 6,000, that's not the total amount, the $6,929.25. And that was broken up into $4,429.25. That was cashier check number
okay,
zero.
now hold on. When you say broken up, that doesn't mean anything to me, okay?
Okay,
I'm trying to discern what you took out and why you took it out
okay.
and how because you're saying you took out half, but again, when you say there was $6,929.25, but you took out $4,429.25, that's not half of the 69.
No, sir. Okay. So
Maybe if you tell him the total and how you got to that total.
Yes,
Would that be helpful,
yes.
Judge?
Yes,
okay. And then keep in mind that the teller had made a $6.
okay, I don't care about the teller. I just
Okay.
want to know what you
It's a
took out,
$6
how you took
difference.
it out, what amount that was.
Okay, so it started out, the balance on the checking account on March 7th was $17,809.78.
And balance, that was as of March, what,
March 7th,
2024?
2024, correct.
Okay,
Liday's check that I got a cashier's check for was $3,957.27. That Taylor made an error. It was supposed to be $951, but it was $957 is what I got the amount for. That's what the cashier check was made out to. $3,957.27. So that left a balance in the checking account of $13,852.51. I divided that in half. That meant that I took that balance that was in there of $6,929.25. Then I asked for the cashier check for half of the $7,134.74 that he had taken out of the checking account and put into a CD.
okay, so you took out half of the checking and half of the CD. So at least with regard to those two matters, you have taken your half then, correct?
Correct, and that's why I didn't have to revisit the checking account.
Okay. That's all I was trying to figure out.
Okay,
Just a minute. So the amount of the credit cards that you've talked about in this case, there are three credit cards, is that correct?
correct,
And that is the Blue Ox, the Slate Credit Union, and the Citibank.
Correct.
And those are reflected in Exhibit 8. And what? Okay, hold on.
Your Honor, I don't have.
So it'd be 6, 7, and 8.
Correct. We did submit a property chart as well.
That's fine. I'm just trying to reconcile our testimony with the exhibits.
I understand.
Okay, there it is. I see. Okay, I've got that. You had mentioned that, and I just wanted, as I was going through my notes, you said that the Honda Odyssey, I didn't remember the year you said that was,
2006.
and you thought that it was approximately worth a couple $100, $200, you said?
Correct.
I don't have anything further. Mr. Olapade, do you have any further questions as a result of either Ms. McNiff's redirect or my questions?
Yes, I do. I think when you mentioned the Honda Accord, it reminded me of a conversation we had. Charlena, do you remember the Mercedes before I traveled? You said I bought the week when you moved out. Remember that I've been trying to replace the car, and I offered if you want the GLK, you said no. I mean, what was your response?
I did not want the Honda, the Mercedes SUV. The expense of that is just too expensive to maintain.
Thank you. When you reported me to my brother 2-3 years because we'll be having problem, remember later I offered to give you $5,000 down payment to replace your car. What was your response? Bumi and Tuji were here.
I told Bumi that I would be punished because you would take the keys away just like you did with the first Mercedes whenever you got upset. So I declined that. And when we went to test drive her car, Bumi told you what I said in my presence. And
when you had the
deny
$50,000,
it.
Charlena, was there a reason when you had the $50,000 Abion College job why they couldn't replace your car? Was that my fault?
First of all, it was not a guaranteed grant. It wasn't a guaranteed position. And second of all, the kids had other expenses.
All right. And then the elephant in the room, sorry.
I knew that I couldn't afford to get a new vehicle at the time.
The elephant is the room is the issue of 401k. As a master's holder, do you consider yourself underemployed throughout your 20-something years or what happened to?
I believe this exceeds the scope.
Yeah, it does.
All right, what happened to the?
Sir, hold on. When you can go to basically recross, you cannot ask anything that wasn't gone in until redirect or the court's questioning. So if you bring up other issues, you're barred from that.
All right. So I thought they mentioned about the 401k that they spent in December 3rd. We never went back to it.
Okay, that was not asked on redirect nor the court's questioning. That was asked on direct. You had an opportunity to ask questions on your cross, but you can't go back into everything that's ever been said in the case.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, so you talk about my Range Rover that I bought. Do you recollect how that was paid for? Or is that you think that is from the Homestead account again?
You purchased it after I left, so I don't know how.
On credit?
I don't know
on
how
loan?
you went about it. I don't know.
All right. I just wanted that to be on record, and the record is at the bank. All right. So, well, do you know how many accounts I have with Homestead Bank in which you are co-signer in only one?
I have I'm on the checking account.
You are not. You are on the mortgage. There's a checking. There's a mortgage. There's a student loan. There's a CD. The only one account that is there that your name is the mortgage, where we hold 83,000.
Objection, Your Honor.
There's a mortgage. It's not an account.
It's an account.
It's
I get statement every month. I submitted it.
Well, it's not what.
Stop, ma'am. Ms. McNiff was having an objection, I think.
This is argumentative. It's not a question, and it's scope.
It's not, and it wasn't gone into on redirect, so I'm not going to let you bring that up. So,
all right, my last question. So if why would do you think I would go report that my money was stolen if you on the account that I reported. The bank told me to go report it to the police station.
Objection to hearsay.
Yeah, I
All right, I'm done, Your Honor.
agree. Court will sustain the objection. Anything else?
I'm
sir?
done, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that concludes testimony of the plaintiff. Ms. McNiff, your next witness.
Your Honor, I do have another witness, the party son, but could
You're
we,
gonna have to speak up. It's really
Oh.
low, and
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I've been having trouble hearing this all morning, you know, again, so please speak up.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could we take a 5-minute break?
Well, let me ask, what are you gonna do with regard to witnesses yet this morning? So
I have the party son, Io, and he should be short. He's only going to testify about the abuse that he's observed.
Okay, okay. And is that all this morning, or do you have more for this afternoon? as
That's
well?
all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, okay. Well, why don't we'll take a 10-minute or 5-minute recess, and then we'll come back.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be back in 5. The whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McNiff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Io, could you please spell your first name for the record?
Yes. So Ayodeji is the first name. Ayodeji. And
And
then
and that's good. We have your last name from your parents. Do you object to me calling you Io?
no.
Thank you, sir. How old are you?
I turned 21 in February, so I'm 20 right now.
And your parents are the two parties in this matter?
Yes,
Are you currently working?
I am.
Where do you work?
I work at Firekeepers Casino.
Okay. And do you live with one of your parents?
I do.
Who do you live with?
I live with my mom.
Okay. And for a period of time when you were a minor, did you live with your parents together?
I did.
And what age were you when you moved out of their home?
I was 19 when I moved out.
That was about 2 years ago?
Yes, that was February of 2023.
When you were residing with your parents, did you ever observe any incidents of domestic violence?
Yes.
And can you tell me approximately when that happened?
So the date off the top of my head, I don't have, but it was shortly before I left when they were refinancing the bathrooms. That's when it had occurred.
What did you observe?
Me and my mom were in the basement, and they had a disagreement with communicating with the contractor for the bathrooms, and that's when the violence had occurred.
And who was violent? Who was the aggressor?
It was my father.
And what did he do?
He had hit her across the face.
Did he say anything to her?
He was mad about a card that was given to the contractor and the spouse of the contractor. That's all I remember. I remember more of the action than what was discussed.
Do you know whether or not your mother called the police?
Not at that incident, no.
Okay. And did you call the police?
I did not.
Okay. Have you seen any other physical violence between your parents during the time that you lived with them?
Not that I witnessed, no.
Okay. And did you ever see any verbal or emotional abuse directed from your father towards your mother?
I did witness that, yes.
And can you describe what would happen when your father would be verbally or emotionally abusive to your mother?
It was a lot of name calling, words such as like idiot, stupid, useless were thrown around.
And did he ever apologize for his behavior?
No,
Did
I've
he,
not witnessed it.
did your father discipline you, or did you observe him discipline your siblings?
Both, yes.
Did he ever hit you or your siblings?
Yes.
And where would how would he hit you?
Rarely would he use a belt. It would mainly be like a hit on like the head. Like he would curl his fist and hit you on the top of the head. That would typically be his go-to.
Was it painful?
At first, usually, but by like high school, no. But
Do you,
it consisted till then.
do you recall how young you were when he first started hitting you on the head?
Early middle school was the earliest I can like tell you.
Did your father ever wake you up at night to discipline you?
Often.
And like what time of night would it be?
It would range. It would be like at any point in the day, something could just come up and he would just be mad.
Okay. And do you recall like being in bed and having him come in and wake you up?
Quite a few times.
And for what kinds of offenses?
It would just be anything that would irritate him. He at one point blamed me for sabotaging the lawnmower, and he woke me up in the middle of the night, saying he was gonna kick me out, threatening me, saying I was against him.
How old were you then?
I was 16 or 17 around that time.
So you were still in high school?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever see him wake up either of your siblings in the same way?
Typically, if he was mad at one sibling, he would like go to like the other rooms and everything. So if you didn't see it, you would hear it. Like you'd hear him either enter your, my brother or my sister's room, or he would enter mine first. I was the closest, and he would just.
And did he call you names?
I think he's frozen.
Oh, he is frozen.
It's frozen, yeah.
Okay,
Oh, there's, I'm
There
sorry.
he is.
Did you hear my last question?
No, it's saying internet connection is unstable.
You froze for a minute. I asked you if you ever heard, if your dad ever called you names.
It would be the same names like idiot, stupid, useless boy.
The same kinds of names he called your mom.
Yes.
Okay. When you were residing together, who primarily cleaned the house?
It would be me and my siblings or mom.
Okay. And who primarily cooked?
That was mainly mom.
Okay. Who did the outdoor chores like mowing the lawn, weeding, raking, those kinds of things?
It would be him, but most of the time he would have one of the kids do it.
Okay. And when you say him, do you mean your dad?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Were you and your siblings active in any school activities?
All of us were.
And who primarily took you to those activities?
It was mainly mom until my older sister was able to drive.
Okay. And did your mom work at that time?
She did, yes.
Who would primarily help you and your siblings with your homework?
It was always mom.
And if you or your siblings needed something financially for school, who would you go to?
It would be mom.
Do you know whether or not both of your parents went to your parent-teacher conferences?
I do know sometimes it would be both, but it would mainly just be mom.
And did you go to church when you lived at home with your parents?
I did.
And who primarily went with you?
It was mom.
Okay. Now that you're living with your mom, have you seen your mom applying for any jobs?
I have.
And how often, since she's been separated from your dad and you've been residing with her, have you seen her looking for work?
Our schedules conflict, but every time I see her at home, she's applying. It's weekly.
Okay. Does your mom have a vehicle?
She does.
Can you describe its condition?
It's 2006 Honda Odyssey. It's an old minivan. Do you want me to?
Yeah, is it in good running condition?
Not right now, no.
Okay. Is it currently running?
It is currently running, yes.
How have you seen your mom having to repair it?
Yes.
Have there been repairs since you and your mom have been residing separate from your dad?
Yes.
Would you consider it a reliable vehicle?
No,
Do you have your own vehicle?
I do.
And I have no further questions.
Okay,
Thank you.
hold on, I can't, we're gonna have, your dad has the opportunity to, IO has the opportunity to ask questions as well, so. For these purposes, I'm gonna refer to IO as the witness and Mr. Olapade as the defendant, so. Mr. Olapade, you have a chance to ask your son questions if you wish to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Ayo. How are you?
I'm okay.
All right. You pretty much said, you know, a lot of the ways by which I try to correct, you know, some, you know, misgivings or, you know, wrong ways in their house. Do you recollect being admitted to Albion College, and prior to that, our discussion about financial responsibility?
Yeah, and I believe that exceeds the scope.
You didn't divide
Well,
any
his
scope to me.
cross-examination, he can get into what he wants, Ms. McNeff.
Very well, Your Honor.
The question was being
Do you-
admitted.
Yeah, my push for you to be admitted to Albion College and the lecture about financial responsibility.
I do remember our conversation about being admitted into Albion College and multiple conversations about financial.
Yes. What was your, you know, response to me when I told you about you going to Albion College in light of you wanting to study dentistry and in light of you working at the bank, Homestead Bank, my bank, and now that will save you the money you saved and also save us money, given that I work at the college.
You said I would save money working at the college. Yes. What was your question about the bank?
I said that you will be able to maintain the job you do at the bank as the cashier at my bank, working on Friday and Saturday. That even if you want to move from engineering to business studies, that will save you a lot of money and a lot of headache.
You didn't mention that, and when I was mentioning the dental hygienist, you put that down. You were
Yes.
putting that down.
That was true. Do you remember why I put it down? Because you have an associate degree and data hygienists, they do it at a community college. My question was that you've already gone through an associate degree. Why are you now telling me after the fact when you said it was engineering first and dentistry?
Can you repeat the question?
I said, do you recollect that I told you that will be going back to community college to go study dental hygienist again? You're already been admitted to a 4-year college. Dental hygienists go to 2-year college. Remember I told you?
I object on the basis of relevance.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Olapade, how is it relevant as to what he might have been going to school or not going to school?
Yeah, because he told me that I shut down him studying dental hygienist, being a dental hygienist. I said, he already has an associate degree. To be a dental hygienist,
Well,
you get an associate degree.
It's
That's
not
what I said.
relevant. It's not relevant to the issue in this case, though.
All right.
Oh.
Okay, let me move on. Yes, sir.
Move on.
Sorry, Your Honor. Ayo, do you remember that prior to me traveling last year, March, that I took your credit card, debit card, and told you that you cannot buy a new iPhone as well as go buy a new iPad?
Yes, you were financially abusing me in that way.
Okay. So you consider me taking your credit card financial abuse? Was I spending your money?
No,
All right. What was my explanation for telling you not to spend the money?
your explanation was I got home from one of my 2 jobs and you were mad with Akin, and then you went in my room. You went after I told you I went to the store that day before going to work, went through my bag and looked at my receipt and was mad that I spent $30 on a necklace at TJ Maxx and took my debit and credit cards away
Talking about, oh, sorry.
after returning from my 9-10 hour shift at McDonald's.
Talking about, you recollect I told you to leave that McDonald's job? What did you tell me?
I wasn't going to leave the job.
All right. Because I told you you needed to focus. You remember me talking to you about your grades? You not going to take finals or not submitting things and your grade dropping when you are graduating?
That was not the same year. That was
I
junior
know.
year.
Everything cumulatively, you know, work like that. Do you remember you said that your mom only took you to games? Do you remember me buying you a car so that you can go to your soccer game? What's that place in Masha? Or several times taking you?
Do what place in Marshall?
Where you play soccer, not Masha High School. What is that place called on the other side of town? Before I bought
Oh,
you the car.
the practice fields.
Yes.
You were taking me sophomore year, but I didn't have the car until senior year. I wasn't able
Yeah,
to
but
drive until senior year.
my point was, did I ever take you there, go drop you back? And one of the reasons why I bought you the car is also for your job.
Yes, you brought me the car for the job, but you didn't take me to the soccer fields all the time. It was just
I know.
very
I just said, did I
sparingly.
ever take you? All right.
You did. I never said you never took me, but it was mainly mom.
All right. Did you remember when I was in Nigeria last year, before you called me when I was coming back, your promise to go register for the honors program after you've been admitted? That was the last conversation we had about college. You actually was the one that called me in Nigeria, woke me up in the middle of the night. You remember our conversation?
Honors program for Albion College.
Yes, after you've been admitted, the college sent me a letter that, congratulations, they want you to register for honors. And I said, I just got an email from Renee. Or Ayo, go tomorrow and register for honors. You remember you called me back when you got my call, when you saw my missed call on WhatsApp?
I don't remember the call, but I do remember you having me apply to Albion College because you worked there.
Thank you. Do you remember my surprise when you called me when I got to the US after I called home to ask everybody is doing what you guys wanted me to buy from the airport? I wasn't sure if you were home, but you called me like 10 or 15 minutes after coming. What did you tell me?
That I had moved out.
All right. Do you remember how my response to you?
You were gonna call the police.
Was it fair to say that everything was okay before I got that call? Between you and I don't know if you were angry because you left the car, left everything.
No, everything was not okay. That's why I left.
Could you tell the court if I was aware that you were applying to work at Sam's Club or applying to Grand Valley Grand Valley State University?
You weren't aware of either.
Your Honor, I don't know what the relevance is as to where,
Mr. Olapade, how is this relevant?
Because I'm drawing to the fact of, the abuse of my own son being weaponized because I meant well for him. I'm
Okay,
just asking questions because a lot of things were done without my knowledge.
okay,
And now
well,
I was, yes.
whether he was applying any particular jobs is not relevant to the issues in this case, so I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right, sir.
Ask relevant questions.
All right, sir. Ayo, were you aware that I objected to your open house being held at that building in downtown, across from the hotel in Albion?
I was not aware. No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Do you remember that day, when after you backed into Olade's car, you and Olade went to somebody, or maybe you and Nakin went to somebody else's open house, and I was very angry.
I didn't go to anybody's open house on mine. I had that whole day.
We were looking for you guys to park. I don't know where you went to. Somebody told me you guys went to somebody else's open house when Uncle Tuji and Auntie Bumi were parking from the.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. After you moved out, were you aware of all my attempts before your friend called that you were having problem in Grand Rapids of where you are, and I was looking to get your location? I was told you told them not to tell me.
Yes, because I was no contact.
Okay. When you had your birthday February 14 last year, were you aware of what I sent across for your birthday, despite the fact that I did not come? You remember your video showed me? Yes. All right. So the waking you up at night, how many times will you sleep with your headphone on, the computer on, because your room is across from something that will wake you up to turn off your computer, or turn on the light, turn off the light? I'm sure I did that several times. You did not lie. I mean, you did not say anything wrong about that.
The lights, no. But when with the headphones, are you saying like my music was keeping you up, or
not to let you? Probably that's why I will wake you up to turn off your phone or something like that when I come out.
No, because most of the time I was like just sleeping when you would wake me up.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate your son. Good to see you. When are you planning to go back to college?
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Anything else, Ms. McNiff?
But briefly, I,
Hopefully.
how old were you when your dad took away your debit cards and your credit cards?
At that point, I was already 18.
And was any of the money, joint with your dad?
No,
And how old were you when you told your dad that you were going to leave the home?
I was already 19 at that age. Well, I told him like once I had all my stuff ready to go.
And he indicated that he was going to call the police because you were moving out?
Yes.
Do you know why he was going to call the police because you were moving out?
He was frustrated because I had sprung it on him and I knew how he would react. So.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Olapade, anything as it relates to that questioning?
Yeah, I was frustrated, but probably due to cultural thing and given the kind of affection my son and I had. He's the only one that speaks Yoruba to me every day. So I thought it was him.
I guess I'd be stricken. It's not a question.
Okay, ask a question, please.
Oh, okay. Yeah, do you realize that, my response was due to my thinking that you must have been influenced in one way or the other, especially in light of the cigarette incident where I came home and you said somebody gave you a cigarette?
No, because I don't understand how that would correlate to me being weaponized, but we had had multiple conversations the months leading up. I at one point even told you you were antagonizing me, and I remember vividly you laughing that off. So no, I don't believe.
Oh, you do remember
that you
what
think
do you remember our conversation when your pastor took you and I out, and I told you I was trying to show you, the way and then to be college ready? You remember we talked and we hugged and you say you love your dad?
I do remember that day.
All right. Thank you, son.
Thank you. I owe you're free to go. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, at this point, Ms. McNiff, that concludes your witnesses. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. We rest.
Okay. Why don't we do this? Why don't we take our noon break and we'll come back at that point, and then again, at that point, Mr. Olapade, that'll be your case then, and you have a right to present your case, your witnesses, etc. And so I have some other things to do. We'll be back we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Thank you.
All
Your
right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right. Charlena Olapade versus Olabawale Olapade.
Good afternoon. Welcome back.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Olapade, you can proceed with your case, so you can present your witnesses or your exhibits or whatever. And so who are you going to call as your first witness?
Your Honor, I don't have any witness. I want to thank you for allowing me to represent myself proper and for accommodating my inadequacies.
Okay.
I apologize for submitting the exhibit list late, but I will present my case without those being admitted with openness and the best of my ability, if you give me the go ahead to do so.
Okay.
I think
Well,
it's nice to be sworn in, actually.
you can you can present your own testimony. Do you want to do that at this time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll have you raise your right hand, be sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead, sir, and tell me what you'd like me to be aware of.
Yes, sir. Based on what the plaintiff and the prosecuting attorney presented, I saw this case in 3 different areas: financial situation, domestic issues, violence, and my son's case, given him as the person they called to come and testify on our behalf. I tried while doing the cross-examination to clarify the financial situation in which my wife tried to muddy the waters, claiming that my checking account is a joint account, which I refuted. In an effort to muddy the waters, she claimed that 2 things, or 3 things rather: my salary comes into the account monthly, the rental payment comes into the account, as income, as well as the tax rebate when we get refunded. If the math doesn't add up, you know that there's a lot of problem. And I associate this to a little bit of cognitive dissonance because I have 4 accounts with the bank, Homestead Bank, which is a family account. My salary account, checking account that I opened in 2006, I added her to it when I was planning to go to Morocco for 2 months in 2008 or 2009 to the check, sorry, not to the account. So there's a statement, my name is there. The other account is the mortgage account, where both of us signed the mortgage. I actually got additional 20,000 to do the roof 2 years ago. So our name is on there. That's the only one our name is on. There's a third account, which is the CD that I opened from my summer teaching and remittances from my research as an investment, which I told her. So I did that because I have a 9-month contract, but they pay my salary 12 months. So you are responsible for your summer salary. So I always teach a summer class or do Fosca research. So money from that, I use that to do CD. The last one is the account I just opened in March, late March, for the 2020 Range Rover, which is a loan that was given. So the only thing going into that account, to the income flux that goes into the 4 account, is my salary, where all the other funds are being paid directly. So if she's claiming that the money the renters pay monthly, which the renter for the Ohio house was less than 500, let's say 500, which is barely 6,000 a year, and from there where we pay mortgage, all the time pay repairs, we have to repair every year because it's a Section 8 house where I have to pay. So before they renew the contract, we have to repair. I pay. Guess who does the repair? The brother, the immediate brother, Charles Kepo. I have the evidence there. Anytime anybody moves out, we have to do overhaul. At times I spend 10,000. She will remember that it was flooded, in which Chip got there, the house was flooded. We pay over 10,000. We got some insurance, rebate for that. So it just doesn't end up that in a household here where our average cost per month is about 3,500. You are saying that it's a joint account because rental money comes in, as well as the money that we get from federal tax refund. Guess what? Anytime we get that, I split it in half. I give her half of the money. This past year, and Your Honor, the court has the evidence of the tax last year tax refund. We owed 3,000. I joke about it. I said, well, since when we make money, we share it. Give me 1,500 of this. It became a fight. I think it's cultural differences or views that makes us to conflict. What my wife calls abuse, I call discipline. Or when I joke, she thinks I'm making fun of her. This is what just occurred this February before she moved out in March. So that I refuted or disagree with the issue that my checking account is a joint account. You will remember now she will never mention what she does with her own credit card account. She has my name on the checking. I cannot tell you the color of my wife's checking account or checkbook. Whereas I will look my own checkbook here or by the bed, she always put her own in the bank, given experiences growing up in which she told me that adults will steal people's money. So she always guide her money very closely. So I have no problem with that, except that now she's claiming that my salary now becomes our salary. And the question arises, if since we've been together, she's been supposedly working, what happens to the salary? She claims that she spent it on the house, but the the credit card statement that they presented is just for 5 months, January to May 2024. Are they claiming that the 42,000+ were accrued just this year? Because I can lay aims or lay claims to 7 years of my credit card statement. If I want to prove that I spent something somewhere, I would present that. For example, the tuition, my daughter went to Indiana Tech where everything was about 52,000. My wife accurately said the tuition was, due to student exchange by my affiliation with Albion College. But I paid for the room and board, and I put that on credit card, and I can show you In fact, when I was preparing for this, I have all this from 2019 up to now. So the proof is there. Whereas if you just oppose that to the 1,000 or 2,000 that she talked about, that she paid for the school trip for the, I'm not saying she didn't do that, but that doesn't add up to the 42,000 that she was claiming she spent. The same time, around 2020, my son had an accident in his bike that the insurance payout was about 8,000. We did not have insurance then. I paid. I didn't complain. She's alluded to that I had to pay. Given the financial situation, I was trying to share when I was questioning that it has to do with our, not, holding us to the agreement. Like I said, when I finished my PhD, I was supposed to graduate in 2003. I delayed my graduation to 2004 so that we can have insurance to cover us before we have the baby. Charlena had the insurance through University of Akron then. And as I was doing that, I had 2 postdoctoral appointments. One at Yale. Yale offered me a postdoctoral scientist position, but they only insured me for 2 years. University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee gave me 3 years, but they will insure the family. I intentionally delayed going to Yale in January to July 1st to go to Milwaukee so that we will have the baby. Again, Charlena had the insurance through University of Akron. When we got to Milwaukee, I already went before them after I graduated in May. They came in 1st of July. We had the Humana. The house, we just bought the house less than 2 years before then. It was empty. So I was paying the $450, paying the $725 in Milwaukee, and all the associated bills that has to do with the house in Ohio. Your Honor, I think at this time I will talk about first abuse. I've only had 4 incidences with the police. The first one was when I was waiting to start my doctoral studies at Kent State, in which I was walking along the shores of Lake Erie, and I was confused. I didn't know where I was. I saw a cop. I flanked him down, and he gave me a ride. And I saw he had for my ID, and I saw my information on the screen. I was very, very intrigued. I didn't know that a cop can get somebody's information like that. That was the first incident. The second one, my wife talked about that when we first moved to the house, she had to call the cops. I didn't know that was an abuse, because if she will recollect, that was a week or 2 after my father was visiting us for the first time from Nigeria. My father left the US in 1980 after his PhD. He's never been back. Charlena will validate that. My mom has been there 2 or 3 years. We just bought the house. My father came. Charlena told me on a Saturday she was pregnant with Ayo that came to testify today. She was going to the flats in Cleveland with her friend. We kept calling. We called Ravenna. The mom said she wasn't there. She said she was going to the flats. We went to bed until the cops woke up us and said that we won't let her in. So I was surprised because we locked the front door, but there are 2 other entrances from the kitchen and the bathroom in the back. There was no abuse, except if she's claiming that myself and my dad abused her. If you remember, my father left the guest room for her that day and slept on the couch. So when I had this December, I thought I abused her. That was the first time a couple come to my house. There wasn't any argument. The cop just said, Mr. Olapade, let her in. I said, we were sleeping. It was 1 a.m. I can't even remember. I would not want to make up any time. The second time was when in 2001, I was going for sabbatical to South Africa. And I don't know where the argument of the 401. Oh, that was when the pastor's wife, just a few weeks asked me about job opportunities. She just moved from Atlanta, a first lady, the pastor's wife, to the church. So I used to go to the church infrequently. So I said, Charlena, first lady asked me for the job position. They just advertised this job. Well, why don't you apply? We met through Upward Bound. This will be the opportunity for you to, contribute to the college, and the job is good. The director position that she left after 1 year. So that was the argument about the 401k. So this was an argument for weeks in which I called Miss Nora Jackson, the senior sister in our church. She came here, and the confrontation was she didn't want me to go to the church or call the pastor's wife, so we were fighting over the phone. And like you said, she called Officer Collins. Officer Collins met me at the church while I was talking to the pastor. I was excited when I saw pastor's name on the witness list for her, because I would have been able to clarify what I was discussing with the pastor. Officer Collins didn't want to arrest me. I admitted that, yeah, we were fighting.
Objection, speculation regarding what Officer Collins did or did not want to do.
I asked the officer that
Well,
when he was
sir,
here.
sir, you can't speculate as to what the officer did or why he did it or didn't
All right.
do it. You can only
He
state
told-
what, sir, you can only testify as to what you observed.
All right, sir. The officer told me your wife wanted
Objection,
you.
Your
Okay,
Honor.
Sustained.
Okay, sorry, I'm sorry, I
You
apologize.
can't say what he said either. That's all hearsay.
All right, I apologize. So that was the first time I was in jail for the 401k. Now I can say I've been, vindicated because I knew something was wrong. Charlena, where's your retirement? Where your retirement benefit? I always put mine down, the Albion College retirement that she wants to go after now. When we do tax, Charlena, where's yours? You have a master's degree. See, where did, she said, oh, they never gave it to me. Community action never gave it to me. I will get it, I have it. Until December 3rd, when Anthony McNeef said that she spent it. I wasn't aware. I didn't know she spent a 401k without my knowledge. So that would be the third time I will be in charge of in presence of the police. The last time was when Olapade was here this past December that I was asking for my son, Ayo. And she said I made him leave the house. I said, how could I? I was in Nigeria. When he left, the last thing he told me was he was going to talk to the Honors Institute. He was already been admitted. But before then, I knew some changes. That's why I used the word weaponized. And I'm glad my son used the word that it wasn't weaponized, because Charlena will come and tell me, give Ayo back, because we had some things we exchanged, wristwatch cases. Give it back to him. I said, let Ayo ask me. Or when they brought the pastor, I said, what? Like I said, maybe it's cultural differences. I am a professor. I wanted my sons to do well. Now he's doing menial jobs. They told me he's an adult. I hope he goes back to college. He was admitted. There's a conflict between parental responsibilities and child rights, which probably caused this problem. For example, the braid he had in his head, he will never have that on his head if he were to be in my house now. I've not seen him in months.
Your Honor, I understand that the court's giving Mr. Olapade a great deal of leeway, but the fact that his son had braids in his hair has absolutely no relevance to this matter.
Well, I understand. So, sir, stick to what's relevant. I'm not deciding anything with regard to your son or what
All right.
the reactions are. I will only address at that time. I'll only address his testimony. So
Thank you, sir.
please confine yourselves to that.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. So, I was trying to show that those were the 3 or 4 incidences with my contact with the police officers. Well, the last one was when the 10,500 was withdrawn without my knowledge, and I went to report, and the police told me, this is getting out of hand. You better.
Objection, Your Honor, it's hearsay.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
All right. So yeah, those were the issue of the financial situation, and then with the issue of unemployment, we fought over that. Pastor Kendricks of blessed memory, with you don't have to work for a school system. You keep saying that your certificate cannot work in Michigan. There are other jobs. I have a colleague here. The wife has a PhD in genetics. She's the administrative secretary of a department, a PhD from MSU. And apart from that, what overrode that was you got the job making 50,000. And for that year, show what that was used for, especially in light of you presenting a $40-something thousand debt, or say your car is 2006, the grant was for 5 years. The person that replaced her is still there till tomorrow. So we have to look into the issue of responsibility, ability of not being able to maintain a job or working away. I think she only mentioned that she was sacked by the Calhoun County School once. She left community action on her own. The issue of Nancy, she told me after weeks that, she said I complained about Nancy. She would tell me Nancy would tell her to come to work on Saturday. She won't show up. She would tell me she will go to school. There will be no toilet to go to. She will complain that she's tired of driving to Jackson. So those are reasons that we should not, excuse an adult. And when she said, I said, what about if she's single? That's what I said. If you are single, won't you pay your bills? I've met her since 1999. I've not defaulted or not bring a bill, a paycheck out in every month. So you cannot just walk away because you have a spouse and believe you can just walk away from a job. When I bring this up, you say, you are always home on weekends. You don't go on in summer. When I teach virtually, asynchronously, virology, other classes or supervised students, she knows that. The evidence I was not included had all my grants that I write every year. For example, in that professorship, I'm giving 10,000 to travel every year. It's based on what I said I was going to do. So when she said I go to Tanzania, I go to Kenya, I'm studying all these oceans as part of my research. So I just don't up and leave just for fun. And she even admitted today that we travel for my research. Gulf of Mexico, Monterrey, all of these places we've gone together as a family to do that. So those are the issues I want us to highlight. And then saying that, why I was paying Olade's tuition, paying against almost $10,000 medical bill when we didn't have insurance. The insurance that we sat down as a family to say, well, let me maintain all of these other bills while your job. That's what a lot of couples do, especially when you work in a very small school like Albion College. Couples will split responsibilities like that so that they are not overburdened. So a lot of our fights, to be candid, justifiably or not, so either based on discipline, financial security, or lack of doing the right thing. That's why I use the word cognitive dissonance. When you just believe in one thing, which is what occurred at Albion College, saying the college wasn't run the same way and you left a $56,000 job. When you are in debt, and I asked her, did I know about this debt? I did not. And if this debt is there and you are claiming we have a joint account, you never wrote a check to offset it. She doesn't have a checking account from Upstate Bank. She doesn't have a debit, the two ways where I get money. There's a reason why she used withdraw draft, because she has that's how she knows the tracking number, the check I gave her for Olaide. So the only way she could withdraw money, because she doesn't have any other sources, was to use bank draft when I travel. And you should question the rationale for leaving when I traveled. The same way she moved Ayo out exactly a year when I was in Nigeria. When I was in 2003, she left the same week. I thought telling the court that she did not know I was traveling. That is not true, Your Honor. Before I traveled, Akin my youngest one wanted to travel with me. I said, Akin, he said I should take him on a cruise ship, because we were talking about this cruise ship since 2023 when they graduated. I have Olaide to organize. I said, go bring your passport. Say I can't find it. So I went to where we kept it. He said, Mom has it. Charlena, where are the passport? Including Akin is the only one that has a Nigerian passport. My wife took all the passports, including Nigerian passport I got for my son. She still has it. We took all of our documents. I forgot that the passport expired. That's why I went to Colombia alone. I wanted to take my son Akin with me. That was when I knew that she already seized all the children's passports. She took all the passports, both American and Nigerian. Akin has a Nigerian passport for over 10 years that he has never used. I got a passport for him because he's the only one that's never been to Nigeria. Charlena has been to Nigeria twice. Olaide has been to Nigeria twice. Ayo has been to Nigeria once. My father keeps saying, before I die, bring Akin to me to come and see me. He even said this Christmas Day. So she took that with her. Ayo testified that due to the issue with Charlena, it was a fight because I wanted Joe Bila to finish the work. We already paid a down payment of $5,000. They were waiting on Charlena to pick all the ties she wanted and the like, and they kept getting delayed. And there are a lot of holes in the house, in the toilet. And I said, Charlena, let me handle with these people. I will not pay them the last money until they finish. She went back, just like Ayo said, to go and give them thank you card, to be inviting the wife. I said, they've not finished, the hole is still there. So we're fighting over that. That was what Ayo witnessed. So it's always an action-reaction. To every, there's always a cause and effect. I always react. I'm guilty that I overreacted. I react at times, just like I overreacted the last time I was locked up, because I've not seen my son for a year. Any parent would do that. This is a son that was thinking he was going to come to college, study dentistry. Before he said he was going to go read dental hygiene, I said, Ayo, you already have an associate degree. Come and study biology. He said, well, Olaide went to Indiana Tech. I said, you cannot we have to look at the budget. Come here, Albion College, you will be, home. You will keep your job at the bank, just like I said when he came here. Again, it's not out of abuse. It's probably part of the love of a father thinking. I couldn't tell my father when I was growing in Nigeria, he's a professor too, that I wanted to go to another school because he couldn't afford it. So the Olapade thing, you can't be comparing, just like you said, oh, Olapade did open house at a place where we pay $800. We have to do that. We can't continue that. All of our friends do this in our own house. Charlena said our house is not big enough. I hope they can see the house. We have one of the biggest, finest houses here. And open houses is something they do all day. Why do we have to go pay $800 in a place where they only give us 3 hours? That we have to move things in. When we did the Olapade, Charlena, I forgot to mention, the leftover barbecue poured into my car. I spent over $1,200 to replace the computer unit.
Okay,
When I was
sir,
bringing
sir,
leftover.
if you could speak slower, because it runs together and I'm having a hard time differentiating, so speak slower if you could, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. So my suggestion that we should not go to that place to do parties arose from my experience a year before when Olapade, my daughter, had her own open house there. When we were cleaning up, I was bringing up leftover food. The barbecue sauces poured into the seat of my Mercedes, and I had to spend over $1,200. I said, why can't we use our house? All our other friends in the community uses their house. Without even knowing my wife had this debt. Why do we have to go pay? I had to come up with $400. I had to cook all the fried rice and jollof rice. She realized overnight, we didn't sleep. We could do it here. She said they will come here and dirty the carpet. Talking about cleaning the house, I'm the one that will vacuum and use the steam to vacuum the carpet. And they said I don't do any cleaning. I intentionally, so that these kids know how to do chores, refuse to repair the dishwasher. I said, wash the dishes. When they say I wake them up, I remember when, Your Honor, when you gave us a break, that I can eye you up. I said, you are going to college. You need to wake up and study. My son doesn't have notes for math, no notes for biology, so that I can help him. When he said I want to take it, I did the same thing for Akin 2 weeks ago when he didn't show me PSAT results for almost 2 months. I paid for it in October. The result came, he didn't tell me. I will wake them up to study. I said, you have a quiz, you need to study. I imbibed that, seeing my father studying for his own PhD. So again, I do things that a loving father should do. Because I wake them up is not to do anything. You told me or Dr. Mr. DeLong talked to me that you didn't turn in this assignment. Well, do it. Do it before you go to school. Those are the kind of things I do. And I see this because I teach 18, 19, 22-year-old. We have students that cannot wake up on their own. We have students after one semester. I've gotten 4 rusticated, letters this month. You pay $25,000. You're gone after 1 semester, and the evidence that I submitted late
Your Honor, while
shows.
it's very interesting what the students are doing, I don't find what the students at Albion College are doing is relevant to this divorce matter.
I will sustain that. Sir, stick to the issues. The issues we have to deal with are property division.
All right.
Also support attorney fees and
Yes.
And debt. So stick
Thank
to
you.
those issues.
For the property division, when we bought this house in 2012, I put down 32,000. I gave Charlena the power of attorney because I was going for sabbatical in Sydney, Australia. She did not contribute anything to that. She's here to refute that. I don't have any problem with dividing the property. I have problem with dividing my 401k, given that she's already spent her own. I have problem with giving spousal support because she has a master's degree. She should be able to work. I have a problem splitting my 401k. I think I said that, because I don't have any proof. I don't see our own being tabled to be discussed or to be split as it should be equitably. And lastly, I hope I'm not the credit card. I have no clue. I don't know how anybody could. I don't even know it was possible, because I wasn't told. That was the reason Anthony McNiff will remember that was the reasons I said I was out of that mediation when they presented me with a 42,000 credit card debt. I've been in the US going to 30 years. I never knew anybody not to talk of somebody I've been living with for 24 years. So I have my name is not in any of our credit card. We've never, jointly owned credit card or account. And I don't think I should be responsible for an irresponsible financial behavior. Adults need to do the right thing. I've always done the right thing. I've always maintained my job. If I want to change jobs, I get another one before I proceed. I remember from December 3rd, Anthony McNiff asked if she was aware that I was going to Iowa. I probably wouldn't get the job here at Albion College if I did not go to that Iowa, because she will remember that even they flew me to Florida, FAMU, Florida A&M. It was either there or here. And she's also alleged that I was shouting at people that was about to employ me. How can that be so when they even housed all of us in the manor house before I got this job? Charlena didn't want to come here. She preferred me to take the job in Florida. She said, how could we leave Milwaukee to come here? So these people, she's not aware of like, just like I'm speaking now, my tone may be tonal, but not accusatory. I'm not litigious. That's why I don't have a lawyer. I don't spend out of my means. I've spent almost 10,000, including the lawyer fee, 1,500 that you told me to pay when my attorney defaulted, which I'm seeking redress. That's why I'm representing myself now. We have a 16-year-old about to go to college that we should be saving for. We are not doing that. Adults should do the right thing. We should be putting our resources in a more productive way. We may claim, given the American culture, that they are adults, but they need the parental support or direction or directives should be, there to guide them to do the right thing. So I'm worried about Aki securing a good college, being able to, just like we did for Olapade, rather than, being litigious, spending money, spending assets that is not even there. So we have two parties where we are one being responsible, trying to maintain normalcy, financially, and so on. The other one always coming with excuses, and the emblematic one with the issue of who walks away from a $50,000 job. My wife will tell you that she is always scared when I sleep because I have sleep apnea. And that probably with a lot of all these things that has been going on since separation led to high blood pressure and cholesterol, high cholesterol. I am not diminishing her health problem. She has been saying, at times she struggles, but you don't have to pay the bills. Nobody will excuse you from responsibility. So when I come home, I don't go out, she will complain I'm always watching TV. I'm staying out of trouble. I don't want to be going to bars, drinking and do like that. I stay home, you say I'm hugging the TV. We had 3 TVs in this house. It was because I don't want the kids to be watching TV and not study that I will remove one. So we have one in the basement, we have one here. I always most likely stay here because this is where I do my work. So damn if you do, damn if you don't. So I hardly go out. But the issue is if we work together, we will not be in this problem. Let me know before you leave a job. It's always excuses. And these are not tenable excuses because excuses will not pay the bills. And again, I hate to say I'm vindicated. Now this is the bills we now have to deal with. I wasn't even raised, I was almost 30 before I came to the US. So I wasn't raised in the capitalistic system like this. She's talking about me sending money home. I will give you reasons. I have a dad that's almost 90 years old. He lived there in the 70s and 80s. My mom died 5 or 6 years ago. He doesn't need my money. Charlena knows that. But when I go home, it's very costly to be changing. And now Nigeria is moving from, towards cashless society. So it's become very difficult to get money when I get there. And she didn't know from a second source. I told her that I just opened an account. Like I said, I've been in the US since 1996. I just opened an account in January. She wouldn't know if I didn't tell her. So sending $100 here, $100 there, so that I have a kind of identity, so that I don't get. The last time when I went, I had to call my sister to pay for my hotel bill in Lagos. So you cannot weaponize activities just because you disagree with them. I'm an adult. I'm 57. So and I have when even she will be the one to help me when I want to take gifts home. They look up to us to give them gifts. So I don't know what to say. So the issue, Your Honor, I'm about to round up. My talk is on financial situation, domestic issues, violence, and IOS case. Of all of these, the one that really tore me up is my son's case. It really did tear me up because he's, very promising. Nobody would even tell me, thank God for the trial. Maybe that's one of the positive from this trial. I wouldn't have known where he's working. Where is Ayo? But I can say he's fine. Where he changed his job. I went to Sam's Club last year 4 times. He wouldn't see me. Say, Ayo, I am here when I'm healthy so that you can go to school without, being in debt. He said he would do it on his own. And the evidence I couldn't submit shows all the delinquencies. So, Your Honor, I rest my case.
Anything else?
That's it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Any,
Your Honor, please, I forgot something, please.
okay, go ahead.
My wife said she left this card and the credit, this is the card for I put 1,000 there for, what do you call it?
This is being streamed. I don't think it's a good idea to show that on.
Oh, sorry. Yes, thank you, Attorney McLean. She left the card when she was angry. The same way I pay for all the phones. I bought her an iPhone. We had an argument. She left the phone and she went to get another phone. She went to get Verizon. So I pulled everything together. And with the insurance card, the insurance still covered her till 2 days ago. She left the card, but she was on the insurance with the caller. And the issue that I selected one, I deferred to her because I'm glad that as a part of our evidence, they submitted that. And she said I had an argument. The mom was there. I came on one day when we were December, this time, November 2 years ago, when we were supposed to do the open period. Last time she was the one that did it because she was working at the college at 2022. I said, Charlena, I was trying to renew our insurance. I couldn't find your name. She said I did it. So that was the argument we had. And I said, I don't even know how to do it until human resources sent it to me. And I added the name. And then when the college was trying, it was the college that was trying to tell us to do the high deductible because the colleges pay more when you do the PPO. They said if you don't use insurance, at that time she didn't have this cancer diagnosis. The college were literally, because I don't know, maybe I couldn't say this in the call, going through some financial issue. They encouraged all of us to take the high deductible. If you don't use insurance, so that the premium or the thing the college pays will go down. And I asked her, the same one we had is the same one they just transitioned to this year. I don't have to have insurance like we didn't have for years because I don't use the insurance. She knows that until they diagnose me for high blood pressure this December, I don't go to doctors. Even now, it's my student that's my doctor, my former student. My doctor is my former student, graduated in 2008, my dentist. The only time I saw her to go renew my prescription, my sleep apnea, I don't even use the instrument. Charlena would say she would think I would die because I can't breathe. That's my major problem. High blood pressure. My doctor said she thought I was having a heart attack when they measure my. Charlena knows that my high blood pressure went up. She said, "Am I having swollen legs?" I don't go to doctor. So how can I use that to use as a punishment? I pay, like I said, I was surprised. We are paying half when you work there for a year. Why do you walk away from that opportunity? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So those are the kind of things that makes me flare up. We work together. Let's work together. We were paying half. And the IO would have benefited with tuition exchange. Just go to where we can afford. So when I say so people will say, oh, he drove a Mercedes, he won the Range Rover. They are not new. They are always used. And they are always on loan. I live within my means. I don't have any debt. I don't want her to pay out any of my debt. I don't want anybody. I wasn't raised like that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. McNiff, do you have any cross-examination?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Olapade, your current pay for the fall and spring terms is $75,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my contract.
And then you said that you teach one summer class?
Yes, I always teach a class, virology, to make extra money.
And how much money do you make teaching that class?
So it's variable. At times there will be 4 students, like this last one, yes, 5. They pay 400. They give you a minimum base. If you have 4 students, they pay. I think the first 4 students is 1,000. If you have 5, 6, 7 students, you get 410. So it's variable. I've taught it with 3 students. I've taught it. I think last time was 5 students. So if they pay you 1,000 per each student, that's 4,000 and 410. So it will be 4,410. So it's usually you cannot gauge. Sorry, you cannot gauge how much it will be. It's based on attendance.
Okay, so $1,000 per student.
Yes, the first 4. Everybody gets 1,000 for the first 4. If you have more than 4, it reduces to 410 per additional student.
Okay, so what's the maximum you can get?
I think the maximum, if you have 16 students, like 8,000. If you do the math, I have the email. They just sent it out for next year. I can forward it to this court.
Okay.
I've never taught more than 5 students.
Okay, so it would be the least you would get would be 1,000 for one student, and the most
one student
would be 8,000.
Yes, the maximum they can pay you is 8,000. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
You can have as many students as you want, but the school will not pay you more than 8,000. I may be wrong, plus or minus some dollars, but like I said, Darren Mason, my colleague, just sent the email for next summer.
And you said that you always were putting that money into your CD account?
That's what I use for this particular CD, as well as, I think I have a letter with the GSEA. They will put me, so they gave me 2005 to travel this May. I will fix it, then I will use it to travel later.
Okay.
So these are things I do as a financial, and I told my wife. Another thing I do,
And
which
that's,
I've not done in
so that was my entire question was just what you make for the summer class. And,
yes, I want to tell you
if
the
put
top
it
thing
into
I
the
do.
CD.
The
Okay,
other thing I do is I get what we call FDC grants to travel. I tend to go on those trips with me.
okay.
We
Now,
went to Florida together. We went.
You're going way beyond what I asked.
Okay, sorry. Yes.
Okay. So you agree that you want to keep the marital home, correct?
Well, I think
Do you want the
based
court,
on,
do you want the court to award you the house?
or we sell it and split the thing because I don't want to be tied down with a very high loan. I'm saying that if you let me, 2 years ago when we got 20,000 to refurbish the
Sir?
house.
Sir, the question is very easy. Do you want to keep the house or not? Yes or no?
I depending on how much it's appraised for. That's what I'm getting to. It was appraised just 2 years ago for 170. Now they said it's 230. I don't want to go get a loan and the house doesn't appraise to that level. It's conditional.
So do you agree that it was appraised actually $200,026, $226?
Yes, but the bank disagreed because that appraisal was done by the lawyer. The bank's appraisal was 170. So I want to find a happy medium. We can sell it and split the difference. I'm still the one responsible for the house.
So are you asking the court to order that the house is sold?
Yes, if it's going to be sold at 226, if it's at 170, I will take on the house. I
Okay.
have no money to go get additional debt. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay. Do you agree that the mortgage balance on March 1st of this year was $84,483?
Yes, I'll agree.
And so if we took that appraisal of 226,000, then the equity would be $141,517.
I agree.
Okay. So what I think I hear you saying is that you want the court to order that your house be sold and that you and your wife split the proceeds from that sale?
Yeah, if it's sold, because I disagree with the appraisal of 226. I told you that 2 years ago, the bank itself appraised it at 170. So that is where we are now.
Okay. And so you don't believe that the appraisal went up because you remodeled the bathrooms and that you fixed the roof?
The bank doesn't think it will go up by 50,000 in 2 years.
Okay.
So if it sells, it will both our profits.
Okay.
I will
Okay.
continue to maintain the mortgage. If it sells, I'll give her a half.
Okay, so I understand that you're asking that the court's order that the house be sold and the net proceeds split.
Yes.
Okay, you agree that your wife is getting the 2006 Honda Odyssey?
Yes.
Okay.
By the way, I paid for the down payment 2005 when we bought the house.
And I didn't ask you that.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes.
Okay. And do you agree that the value of that vehicle is about $200?
I don't know. I have to do the Kelly Blue Book.
Okay. And you agree that you're keeping the 2014 Hyundai Elantra?
It's for my son. I'm not keeping it. It's for Akin. We already agreed that it belongs to Akin. He drives it. I don't drive it.
Okay. Now he doesn't have a driver's license yet, right?
He's about to do segment 2 on Monday.
Okay. What I asked you is, does he have a driver's license?
He doesn't have. He has a learner's permit. He doesn't have a driver's license yet.
Okay. He has his learner's permit. He does not have a driver's license. Okay. And do you agree that vehicle is worth $5,971? I
doubt it because we bought it like 6,005. That was 4 or 5 years ago. So that value is overrated. The 2013 Hyundai, we bought it when Ayo turned 16. So he is 20 now. So 4 years ago. I doubt it will still remain the same amount.
And who's been driving that car?
Akin, the 16-year-old, the younger one.
I thought he doesn't have a driver's license.
He has a learner's permit. So he drives when somebody's there with him. Okay. Or what do they call it? Segment 1. He has passed segment 1. He has paid for segment 2. I just paid for his segment 2. He's going to do it on Monday. So you
don't let him drive by himself.
He doesn't. I said, somebody's always there with him.
Okay.
That's why, but it's his car. I thought we went over this before, that the car belongs to him.
Oh.
It was bought for Ayo, but we're giving it to Akin.
Okay. I'm asking you the value of the car.
I don't know. What I said is we bought it around 6,005. It cannot still be 5,000 after 4 years. It's a
Okay.
2013. It's 11 years old, 12 years.
And do we agree that the equity in your 2020 Range Rover Velar is approximately $10,000?
How do you come up with that equity? I see in the bank. I've always only paid 6 payments. The car belongs to the bank.
How much did you pay for it?
I think I bought it 40 something thousand.
And you traded in your Mercedes-Benz for it, correct?
Yes.
And how much credit did you get when you traded in the Mercedes-Benz?
I think it was about 8 or 10,000. Yes.
Okay. So you've got equity of about 10,000.
I don't know how you do the calculation. I just know I still owe in the bank about 40,000.
Okay. Now, you agree that in the homestead, so your position is that you did not have a joint checking account with your wife, is that correct?
We don't. The only thing that goes into the checking account is my salary.
Okay.
We don't.
And do you believe that both of your names were on that account?
No, you have the evidence. Our name is on the check, but not on the account. I have a
Okay.
statement that shows Olapade on the loan we got. Our both names are there on the mortgage. That's
Now,
the only thing she has with the bank.
Do you recall making a police report on March 12th of this year regarding your wife taking money out of that account?
Yes.
And do you recall telling the police that she took money from your joint account?
I did not use the word joint. I said she took money from my account.
And if that's indicated that you told the police that she took money out of the joint account on the police report that you provided as an exhibit, then the police got that wrong?
I did not use the word joint. I wouldn't have filed
Okay.
if I it's a joint. That's what I've been proving since morning, that it's not a joint account. It's
And
a salary account.
And so you agree that your wife withdrew money and put that money into 3 certified checks, correct?
She withdrew 10,005 the day I traveled. The way she did it shows, that something was.
So you provided some exhibits, correct? And you provided those exhibits on November 6th. Do you remember that to the court?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you have those?
I do. I think I do. Okay. It's what are you referring? I have a lot of documents, and all the ones I have are the ones you have. Yeah.
So I can describe them for you.
All right.
You included a copy of a bank statement from Homestead Bank. Do you remember that? Okay.
Yes.
And you also included copies of withdrawal slips. Do you recall that?
I do recall.
Oh, okay. And one of the withdrawal slips said that on March 8th of 2024, your wife withdrew a sum of $3,957.27. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's the check I wrote to my daughter that
Okay.
she submitted and then canceled.
And she obtained a cashier's check for that same amount on that same date, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she also withdrew in a separate transaction the sum of $6,929.25, correct?
Yes.
And $2,500 of that was in cash, and the rest was in a cashier's check.
Yes.
For $4,429.25, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then she also withdrew in a separate transaction the amount of $3,567.37, correct?
Yes.
So, and she got a cashier's check in that amount on the same date, correct?
Yes.
Now, you believe that the bank would allow her to take money out of an account that was solely titled in your name?
You have to understand that this is a bank my son works at. Taylor and Jessica then goes to the church.
And hang on, Mr. Olapade, I didn't ask you about that part. Just, do you believe that bank teller would allow her to take out that much money from an account that didn't have her name on it?
Yes. In fact, they told me when I was trying to lawyer up that I should sue the bank. It's a family bank. I didn't want to mess things up. The bank was the one that told me to go file a police report.
And what was your son working at the bank at that time?
He worked there until he left. They know him. And the first
Was
thing
he
they would,
working there at the time that she
he
withdrew
wasn't. But
the
what I'm
funds?
saying is, it's a family. It's a small local bank.
Was
Everybody
he
knows us there.
Was he the teller at that bank?
He was a teller there.
Was he the teller when she withdrew the funds?
No, I said he wasn't. But these are his friends. These are his former colleagues.
Okay. After your wife took those funds out of the bank, then were you left with approximately $3,125 in the bank?
Yes.
You-
Yes.
so you-
And I transferred that to a new account I opened the next Monday or Tuesday.
Okay. And at the end of April of this year, would you agree that you had approximately $8,592.57 in your savings account at Homestead Bank?
I don't have a savings account. It's a checking account.
You
I don't
have
know
no,
where you get
you
it
have
back
no
from.
savings
I
account?
don't have a savings account.
Was that potentially the CD? Did you have a CD in approximately that
Yes, I
amount?
told you, yeah, I have a CD. Yeah.
Okay, and how much did you have in the CD then?
I have 15,000. That's why I told you I had to eat as I make extra money.
Okay,
As I've been speaking now, I have 15,000 plus.
okay,
I have a CD, I have a checking, I have the car loan, and we have the mortgage. The only thing account that has Charlena's name on is the mortgage that we
Okay.
signed together.
okay. And you agreed that your wife, that there was a joint Blue Ox credit union account?
I don't have a joint account. I have my name on a checking, just like I put her name on my own checking. I've never been to a bank.
Okay,
If I went to that bank, they will arrest me. I
But-
don't have a joint account with that.
you don't believe that your name is on a checking account at Blue Ox?
I do believe her name is on my checking account. I mean, no, not an account. My name should be on a check because we put it here, Ola, or it's on the check, but it's not on the account. It was just something we did for convenience when I travel.
Oh, okay. And do you have any reason to believe that there's anything more than about $5 in that account?
I don't know anything about the account. I've never seen the statement. Never put anything in that account. Never withdrawn anything from that account. So it can't be a joint account. That's why I started my argument or questioning with what I believe or definition of a joint account is. I've never been to that bank except when we are driving together and she wants to withdraw from the ATM. That's the only one time or two times I've been with her. I've never entered that bank.
So do you have a bank account in Nigeria?
I just opened one in January. The one I was telling you, Zenith in January.
And how much money is in that bank account?
I have to check. It's in Naira. It's less than 1,000 because the exchange rate is now 1 to 700. So it will be less than $1,000. I just started putting 100 every month.
Okay. And is there a Minnesota life insurance policy?
I have no idea about that. I have no. The life insurance I have is with Albion College. I don't know if it's through Minnesota, but I have a life insurance that the college, gives everybody. I've never used it.
So it's probably a term life.
I think so. Yeah.
One that
It
has no
comes with the
cash
contract.
value.
Did they say 50,000? I please don't quote me.
Okay.
Because they remove something every paycheck, but I don't think of it.
Okay. And you agree that your retirement at the time, around the time that you and your wife separated, was approximately $330,811?
I believe so, especially based on what you presented. Yeah.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that that's not accurate?
No, well, the only thing is they are not all Albion College. I pulled the one from Pennsylvania. I was an instructor at Millersville University in '98. So that's before I met Charlena. She will tell you.
And that was before you were married, correct?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So it's not only Albion.
So
I have three.
that wouldn't be marital if you weren't married when you had that. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate. I brought it. In fact, at Albion College, you have to have TIA, CREV, or you have to wait 2 years. I didn't have to wait because I already had from Millersville.
Okay. All right. And you have you had any, do you anticipate any raises in 2025?
No, they've frozen all races except merit. I just have a paper accepted. If they always give us merit races or what we call bonus if you present that.
Right.
But with the current financial condition, I wouldn't take that to the bank.
Right.
They are free.
So-
Last year they didn't give anybody anything, so I don't know if they will give anybody anything.
So in 2024, you received no bonus?
Nobody did.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, what month do those bonuses generally come out if you're going to get one?
Because I was on the committee that make the recommendation to the administration, it will be after May. We do the recommendation in spring, so it will be through the summer before our contract. Our contract normally renew every August.
Okay. Okay.
So it will be the intervening period when we recommend to the provost will recommend to the president will recommend to the board of trustees. So it's between May and July ending before the new contract. That is when new bonuses, merit, or races will come into play.
Okay. You agree that you were arrested in May of 2021 for domestic violence?
Yeah. May? Yeah, you are right. Around that time, that was the one at the church.
Okay. And you weren't convicted, correct?
I wasn't, yes.
Okay. And you agree that you were arrested in December of 2023 for domestic violence, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you do have a conviction for that one.
I pled guilty. Because I was about to travel, the judge, in my own recognizance, asked me to plead guilty.
And I didn't ask why. I just asked.
Okay,
if
all right, yes, yes.
You were in fact convicted. And so do you disagree that there were other times in your marriage when you hit or slapped your wife?
We asked scuffles, but it was far in between. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just like the arrest indicated. Yes.
Okay, you consider that discipline?
I
Not
consider
abuse?
that fighting, disagreement.
Okay.
I overreacted. I mean, I admit that I should not be overreacting, but especially in light of the circumstances I discussed with you, yes. So I would not say that I exonerate myself. Yeah, I overreacted.
So, and you agree that when your wife had the hysterectomy due to her uterine cancer, that you were out of the country?
I went for 1 week, and when we had the court December 3rd, she didn't get me the date. I asked, my mother-in-law was here. I think she didn't want me to know because she wanted Ayo and the mother-in-law to be there. I asked later, she said she would prefer Ayo and Miss Capus to be there. I asked before I traveled.
And did you at any time inquire of your wife regarding the bills associated with her surgery and with her radiation therapy?
Because I'm the one responsible for the insurance. BSCBC send it to me before she gets there. I get the bill first, the insurance payout. Yeah, so I get it first. So I don't need to inquire.
Okay.
I
And
knew.
you agree that you didn't pay for those bills?
My insurance paid for them. It's all like 200, 300. Yeah. Then I will get the bill and then give it to her. And
what about the deductibles? Did you pay the deductibles for that?
No, but you mean the doctor outside the insurance?
Correct. The
No, I did
portion
not.
the insurance did not pay.
I did not.
Okay. And did you pay for any of her medications associated with that?
She had the card. She was using the card and she gave it back to me. There was a $1,000 bill on the card.
And you think what, the credit card or the prescription card?
It's they call it the P&G prescription card. Yeah, I put 1,000. Like every month they withdraw something from my salary. So this has 1,000. You told me not to show it. So she just showed it at family fair and it will be paid for. She has the card. She left it.
And she testified that she didn't have the card.
She did. She left it. I'm not lying. She left the insurance card too.
Oh, she left it when okay.
Yeah, but she was still covered. She may not have it because you need to imagine, even the insurance card, if you already been in the system, you don't, but when she was leaving, she left it or send it through Akin.
Does anyone reside with you besides your son?
Only me and my son, and he comes every other week.
Okay. And are you responsible for anyone's financial support other than your son?
What do you mean responsible for? To pay for what, please? To be specific.
Are you providing either of your adult children with financial support currently?
No, all I did is self-sustained. I just had is working at Firekeepers. Only Akin. We were talking about high deductible. I just have to pay $500 to go to the food insurance last week, as well as the segment 2. So as of the money that's being removed from my salary, so it's the only one
I'm sorry.
I said talking about the high deductible insurance. The Oakland Hospital just sent me over $500 for this X-ray for his food insurance last week. And from football. I'm sorry.
Do you have a health savings account or any account of that sort that you could use for the deductible payments?
No, I'll just pay as I go. Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Sir, just to clarify, you have, I think you said the 2005 Kia, is that correct?
Me?
Yes, that you said is for your son, Akeem?
No, it's a 2013 Hyundai Elantra.
Okay,
2013. It was bought for Ayo. Ayo that came today. That's the car he left when he left 2 years ago. Then the 16-year-old is using it now.
okay, so it's a Hyundai?
Yes, Hyundai Elantra. It's in the garage as I speak.
Okay. And you say you purchased it for about $6,500 about 4 years
Yes,
ago?
that was for my wife and I went about 6,005 in when Ayo was turning 16. That would be no, is this 16 or 18? Charlena, you remember we went to Detroit 4
Okay.
years ago.
So you
Yes.
said about 4 years ago, correct?
Yes, yes.
And so what do you believe to be the value for that vehicle?
When you factor in the depreciating value of cars, if we bought it about 6,005, because the mileage there is almost, we just did the oil change, almost 170. I don't know, except if I do the blue book, and it's have some scrapes and scratches. If you look at the condition, I can't, Your Honor, I'm not into car sales. I don't know the value. We
Okay,
have to do
so
it.
you have no idea then?
Believe me, I wouldn't want to lie. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been banked up.
And-
All right.
But that vehicle is in your name or is it in your wife's name?
It's in my name. It's in my name.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Let's go back to, you said that you've been putting about $100 a month into the bank in Nigeria.
Yes.
And you said that had a balance, let's say at the time of the filing, which would have been back in, say in
In
May
March.
of this year,
Yeah.
that there was about $8,000 in that account.
The one even now is not up to 8,000. About that time, we have barely $300 or $400. Like I said, I remit like $100 a month. Up to now, I don't have 1,000 there.
Okay, again, I didn't understand. So how much does it have in the account as of the May 31st, 2024 date?
That's what I'm saying. It will be less than $400 or $500. I just opened it in January. So I started sending money in February, March, May, April, May. Let's say 400, because if I remit $100 and I have the proof, the cash app, I will share that with
Okay,
you.
okay, hold on. I want to get this really simple. So you say about $500 is what you're saying?
Yes, I will even agree to 500. Like it's 100 a month. So February, March, April, May, 400 or 500. Yes.
Okay, okay. And you said that you had, at the time of filing, you had a CD with Homestead Bank of about 10,000 plus, correct?
It was like 7,000 there. I kept adding to it to like 15 now. At the time,
Okay.
my wife, as she said, was 7,000.
And that's what she said was in there. It was approximately 7,000, correct?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. At the time she was
Oh.
living was 7.
Okay.
But I've increased. It's no longer that amount. I keep changing it. Yeah.
I got it.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I have nothing further. Is there anything else, Ms. McNiff, as a result of my questioning?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Your
Anything-
Honor, can I add this question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know why we are not addressing my wife's 401k in light of discussing all this, what I have. What about our own 401k? When are we going to do that?
She's testified about the 401k.
She said he spent it. I don't recollect you questioning about how much was there, how much she spent. Is that not going to be part of the consideration?
She testified about that already.
All right.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
That is it.
Do you rest at this time?
I rest.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McNiff, any rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And that concludes the proofs in this matter. Ms. McNiff, closing argument.
Your Honor, we had thought that these parties were agreed on all issues except for the marital debts and spousal support. And we thought that as a result of that agreement, that Mr. Olapade would receive the marital home subject to the debt, as well as his expensive 2020 Range Rover and the 2014 Hyundai Elantra, and the parties would, we had no testimony regarding other personal property, that the parties would just maintain the personal property in their respective possessions. We are asking for at least $100,000 equalization payment, which would both provide for an equalization of the equity in the marital home, an equalization for the parties' respective vehicles, and an equalization of the bank accounts. And we believe that that's a completely equitable settlement and one that had been previously agreed to as well. My client currently has a 2006 van that is in bad shape. She's already had to expend money that she simply doesn't have to repair it. It's not a reliable vehicle for her to be able to travel back and forth to work once she finds a job, and she's going to need to replace that vehicle. So she's going to need funds in order to do that. Mrs. Olapade has been looking for work religiously, however, without any success. Her issues come from the fact that she does not have a Michigan teaching certificate. She's been working to try to see what she can arrange with other Michigan colleges to see if she can pick up the credits needed so that she would be able to get a Michigan teaching certificate. She's looked into jobs that would involve early childhood education that wouldn't need a teaching certificate, but would utilize her skills and her background and as well as her education. But to date, she simply hasn't been successful. The court heard her testimony regarding her job search, as well as the party's son saying that mom regularly does, in fact, look for work. Mrs. Olapade has had significant health issues that have impacted her ability to work and have required her to take time off from work without pay. While she is recovered and continues to recover from cancer and the surgery and the radiation treatment required from that condition, she also, of course, has Graves' disease and issues with diabetes, and as well as some cardiac issues. She needs health insurance because she has medications that she's required to take to maintain her health, and finding her own health insurance is going to be expensive. Without some, and she has no way to do that other than to possibly apply for Medicaid at this point until she's able to obtain a job in which she would be able to secure health insurance for herself. She currently has a rent payment of $1,000 per month, and she's also been racking up those vehicle repair bills. She's got approximately $35,000. Well, at the time of the divorce, she had approximately $35,000 in credit card debt. That amount has increased as the interest has increased, and she's been unable to make even the minimum payments on those credit cards. However, at the time of filing, we estimate that the total debt was $35,096. Most of that was accumulated when she had cancer and she was unable to work, but she wasn't being supported financially by her husband. He wasn't paying for those medical bills. He wasn't covering the expenses that the kids were incurring. And so she was putting those expenses regularly on a credit card, and without working and without having the ability to make large payments over and above the minimum payments, those credit cards became larger. Her testimony was that she used the card to pay for the medical expenses, and that she used the card to pay for basic household items for the kids, items for the family, groceries, gasoline, car repairs, things like that. Those are absolutely marital expenses, and that they should be split evenly between the parties. She made sure that the kids could participate in their extracurricular activities, their school trips, school clothes, school supplies, and all of those types of expenses. The past relations and conduct of the parties is uh, sad, quite honestly. While Mrs. Olapade would look for thoughtful gifts for her husband, while she would try to be submissive to him and try to do as he said, he would respond by being abusive to her, calling her names, hitting her, waking her up in the middle of the night, being controlling, complaining that she didn't have a job that was good enough, or that she was working for somebody that he didn't like. There were constant complaints, and whatever she did simply wasn't good enough for him, to the point where he was arrested on 2 separate occasions for domestic violence. And we heard about another instance of domestic violence that she did not report, that the party's son observed. In addition, Mrs. Olapade reported other incidents before the children were born, incidents that they wouldn't have seen. But this has been a problem in this marriage for a long time. She testified that there was one occasion when she had to go to work with a black eye, and they had to try to explain that both to her work colleagues and to her doctor, who had concerns about her condition at that time. This is a long-term marriage. It's a marriage of 24 years. That should indicate to the court that a long-term spousal support award is appropriate. While defendant certainly has the ability to work and is currently working and is able to make trips to do research, plaintiff has struggled with her health problems in her ability to work with regard to having the proper certifications. When she has been able to work in recent years, she's only been able to earn $14 to $15 per hour, which, even if she was working full-time, would be difficult for her to manage to support herself on and the party's minor child on that amount of money. And the small amount of child support that she receives along with that simply wouldn't be enough, even if she were working full-time. However, she's not, and that's causing an incredible strain on her. Defendant right now has the security of a house, the security of a newer vehicle that doesn't require repairs, while the plaintiff is both renting and has a vehicle that's 19 years old. Both of these parties are in their 50s. They're not far apart in age. Age shouldn't be a major factor in the determination of spousal support. Defendant certainly has the ability to pay alimony. He was able to buy himself 2 different Mercedes-Benz vehicles. He was able to trade in one of those Mercedes-Benz for a Range Rover. Again, that's an expensive vehicle. If he needed to sell the Range Rover, have a less expensive vehicle, he would certainly free up his budget to be able to provide for more spousal support for his wife. He's been paying her $1,000 a month. He seems to be able to meet his financial obligations while still doing that. He's been able to travel overseas for vacations as well as research. And we believe that there's no reason why he can't continue to pay her spousal support and even increase the spousal support that he is paying. The court has heard a great deal of testimony over 2 days about the parties' current situations. Plaintiff testified extensively on her needs. She's frugal. She buys clothing at thrift stores. She doesn't spend a lot of money. She does what she can to try to conserve the funds that she does have, but she needs very basic things in life. She needs a roof over her head. She needs a safe vehicle. She needs health insurance. She needs groceries. She needs medications. And she needs help with that until she can find an appropriate job. The court has heard a great deal about the parties' health, and I've already spoken about that. However, I would point out to the court that after 24 years of significant verbal and emotional and physical abuse, that type of constant stress is always going to have an effect on a person's health. Living under the constant fear that a person is going to be woken up at night, that she may be slapped in the face, she may be hit in the head, that these things could occur. That type of stress has a physical effect on the body. And we ask that the court take that into consideration when making a determination with regard to spousal support. Mrs. Olapade needs time to try to obtain healthcare and psychological care that will put her in a position of being stronger so that she can return to the workforce. The prior standard of living of the parties was a nice middle-class life. They went on vacations. They lived in, as Mr. Olapade said, one of the biggest, finest homes in here in Albion, a very nice house. You know, they were driving Mercedes Benzes and Range Rovers. They were sending their children to college, and certainly it would be unjust and inequitable for Mr. Olapade to continue that nice life while Mrs. Olapade is struggling by with a 19-year-old car and barely enough money to make ends meet. Both of these parties have contributed to the joint estate. Mr. Olapade has had a traditional role. He's worked at his job. He's provided that type of income in order to purchase houses. Whereas Mrs. Olapade has also worked throughout the marriage. She has been able to provide health insurance through her various jobs for the family. She was able to earn an income that was contributed to the Ohio house and to supporting houses in Wisconsin and certainly the Michigan house. She took very little for herself financially, but put all of her money back into the home and the household and taking care of the children. In addition, she was the primary caretaker for all three of these children. She was the one who took them to activities, who oversaw the homework, who cooked for the family, who did most of the grocery shopping. She was the one who ensured that they had school supplies, that they went on their trips. She was the one who took them to church, for example, where Mr. Olapade was interrogating the children about how much money they were earning and terrorizing them over any imperceived slights or infractions, waking up the household in the middle of the night to make sure lights were turned off rather than just turning them off himself and letting everyone else sleep. Mrs. Olapade cooked, cleaned, took care of the kids, and work, whereas defendant primarily worked and expected plaintiff and the children to cater to his every need. He contributed what he had to the household, whereas Mrs. Olapade contributed everything that she had. There's absolutely no question, or there should be none, that defendant caused this divorce, that he is at fault for causing the divorce. The conviction for domestic violence, the arrest for domestic violence, the domestic violence that occurred in front of the party's son, Io, and the multiple incidents of cruel behavior towards his wife is what caused the breakdown of this marriage. He left the plaintiff to fend for herself while he traveled the world, you know, including when she was facing surgery in order to resolve her cancer diagnosis. We can't be sure how much money Mr. Olapade has in Nigeria. We have his testimony. The idea of trying to subpoena a bank in Nigeria to get that information is almost impossible. But the very fact that he has sent funds to Nigeria and he admits that he does have, in fact, a Nigerian bank account, but resists supporting his wife is worthy of this court's consideration. Both of these parties are continuing to support their minor child, Akin, but neither of them is residing with any significant other in the effective cohabitation other than with regard to the party's minor child. It should not be a factor here. Plaintiff does continue to assist the party's young adult son, Io, in terms of allowing him to reside with her while he is recovering still from his father's abuse on his own and trying to work and make his own way in the world. Your Honor, we are asking for the court to consider an award of at least $2,000 per month in spousal support for a significant period of time, certainly at least until Mrs. Olapade can find full-time work and possibly longer after that, depending on how much she's able to earn. We're also asking for attorney fees. She simply has no ability to pay attorney fees. Attorney fees are high in this case because Mr. Olapade was originally defaulted. Although he was represented, his attorney did not file an answer, did not request an extension. We had to have a motion on that. There was also the issue of mediation, We had mediation scheduled for half a day. Mr. Olapade, much like on our first trial date, had failed to make arrangements at work and had to leave the mediation early, which caused difficulties in terms of our side believing and potentially his attorney thinking that we had a partial settlement agreement, and then that settlement agreement not being carried through with due to the fact that Mr. Olapade left the mediation early and then contested the agreement that his attorney worked to put together as well, and that caused additional cost. As far as the first day of trial, Mr. Olapade, again, did not make the proper accommodations for his work, had to leave the trial early, and having to re-prepare for a hearing on that occurred almost a month later, again, increased the costs. Currently, Mrs. Olapade owes this office over $10,000. We're asking that Mr. Olapade be required to pay at least $9,000 of that amount in attorney fees. We believe that this matter should have been settled at mediation and could have been settled at mediation had Mr. Olapade set aside the appropriate amount of time that was scheduled for mediation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Olapade, your closing argument.
Thank you, Odo, for the opportunity to, close. I would like to start where Attorney McNeve ended, trying to blame me for the imperfect system. An attorney that I got that did not respond within the 3 weeks as requested, that I paid, and that I'm going after filing a grievance, or that did not inform me of all the documents he had regarding the financial situation that made me to not complete the mediation. It had nothing to do with my job that day. It was when they sprung the $42,000 on me that I said, why wasn't I told about this? And they told me I had some credit card statement. That was why I, decided I would go to trial. During mediation, they were telling me that they know how you are going to rule. And I said, I do not believe in premeditation. I really want my own voice to be heard. The system was being piled against me because I am not a lawyer and I refuse to be shortchanged. Attorney McNeil said I wasn't giving my wife support. What else is support? I paid all the bills. The only thing my wife paid was the Simco Energy, as testified by herself, our phone, and grocery that we share. I have the list here. I paid the mortgage, the car insurance, health insurance, house insurance, groceries, electric, cable, utilities, school related fees. We share it. Kids' clothing, I have evidence. Yeah, if Your Honor want to see that. When we celebrate her birthday, we go to Olive Garden. It's so convenient that she forgot that on Ayo's birthday, we all go to Olive Garden. The last birthday before we separated, September 30th, because we are both born in September, I always take us out to celebrate. What is very glaring, and they are conveniently trying to model, is financial irresponsibility here. I have been here since 2006. Since I met Charlena in 1999, I've always stayed with the job I am with. Even when I left Milwaukee to go to Iowa, I did not miss a paycheck. We are talking about an adult with a master's degree that consistently will leave a job for no cause. And that brought up the issue of, no wonder she would call it abuse, that what will you do if you are single? What will pay the bills? This has consistently been the issue that we argue on. I mentioned Pastor Kendrick that died. This is not something that started from here. It started from Ohio. When I would say, you cannot just literally leave a job and not let me know. You cannot say you are my spouse and not let me know. She will always come up with one reason or the other. You really do not need to look far away. And if it's not the issue that I keep mentioning, cognitive dissonance, if somebody that need an insurance, claiming that she has lupus, has diabetes, will walk away from a $50,000 job where we are literally paying less insurance now that I pay. And let's stock me up with the family insurance, stock me up with the mortgage. We both signed another $20,000 mortgage to renovate the bathroom. Your Honor, you should remember that she left the safety of this home. When she locked me up when I was asking for my son, I went to get an attorney. I asked for my money back. She left without any notice, although she's been packing. She didn't have money. She's been putting things in storage for years, using that to threaten me. She not only weaponized my son. I mean, you should question, we have 3 kids. Why is it that only Ayo that disagreed with me having her to go to Albion College, that is testifying today? She told me because she left Albion College, Ayo will not go to Albion College. And they went behind my back to get a school for him somewhere else. That is why I get all the messages of delinquencies. So, apart from, cognitive dissonance, the other one is responsibility. Responsible for job, responsible finances. I do not have my name on a credit card. She's not going to stick me to a bill that I do not know how she incurred. For law intended purposes, they only showed 5 months of statement. Like I told you, I can show you 7 years of my credit card statement. She even has them. We have everything in the basement. She took them. She took all the passport. The only passport in this house is my own passport. So the proofs are there. The proofs are in the building that somebody with a master's degree that has a bachelor's, repeatedly, you don't have to work, teach. If your excuses since 2004 is that you can't teach in Michigan, 2006. There are other jobs. I just shared with the call how somebody with PhD in genetics is an administrative secretary. There are other jobs you can do. Anytime I point job advert, you said I'm insulting her. When I say, your master's is in early childhood, use the house for the daycare. She will tell me the kids will bring in diseases. The parents will not come and get the kids. Albion, as we speak today, has daycare needs. We will be, taking money, dumping in the bank if we have 4 kids per month. She could do that now. Another financial responsibility has to do with where she's living now. She did not make, proper plans, even if she wants to move out. Our mortgage is $740. Somebody that doesn't have a job went to get a $1,000 rent, and they want to stick that to me. Your Honor, we have to look at all the evidence. Do not stick to anything that I did not have any cost to. I met her when she was doing her master's. I got married to her because I thought she was going to be responsible, got a good job and financially responsible. She even talked about health care. She was, she was caught with stage 1 cancer. She doesn't have cancer. She was caught when she got COVID. When I traveled, I came back and get her COVID. I've had sleep apnea since we moved here. She's the one that said, you wake me up. All I wake up. I did not because of that leave my job. I have high blood pressure. I have cholesterol. Tell me who among us is healthy. You cannot just continue to leave jobs. The examples are glaring and, looking at us in the face that this person is, not responsible, to take care of our finances. Why, when she claimed using court time to prove that we have joint account, hasn't she paid all these bills? Why did I not know about it? Again, Your Honor, where is the 401k? Somebody has a master's degree and doesn't have any retirement plan. I was told she spent $3,000 of the 401k. Well, I don't see any proof where I'm presenting mine. So it's glaring. Somebody is showing prudence, living within their means, telling how the finances. Another person is living beyond their means. Because you go to shop in cheap places, it's not an excuse. Do not buy what you can afford. Just like after spending over $10,000 on attorney fee, I'm representing myself. I can't afford it. Why is she piling up attorney fees and want me to pay for it? Why? It just doesn't make any sense. The same thing I said, do not go spend $800 when we have a home here. Open house, people come in. All of Ayo's friends, they did it in their own house. She refuses. Your Honor, the Hyundai is here. Nobody's driving it. If she's thinking of 2006 car is old, she should come and take it. I've told her several times. Use this car. The Range Rover, you talk of the Mercedes. I went to get loans and I paid my loans. She can leave to court today and go to a dealership and pick a car and be paying. When I offered her, when she brought my sister-in-law, talking about that, my sister-in-law came to America a few years ago. She has an MBA, she's an accountant. She went to nursing school, she's making 5 figures. Charlena said she cannot do CNA or nursing because she can't stand blood. You cannot be merciful for somebody that is always coming for one excuses or the other. People will come. That's why we have increase in H1B. That's why I don't want America to happen to my son Ayo. Go study, work hard when you have support. Now he's working at firekeepers. 10 years now, he will blame his parents. The evidence is there. I've tried my best. Like I told you, I was raised to work hard, do what you have to do, and you will live good life. Now I'm married to somebody that I thought would be a support, that we sat down and agree, You just get a job, get an insurance, leave the other bills to me. I've held on to my part of the bargain. She's the one that kept leaving one job after the other. She complained when working with Nancy that she was maltreating her. I said, why are you even working for Nancy? She has a bachelor's in French. You have a master's. It's an NGO. I always respond to what you told me. You told me Albion College were maltreating you. That when they sent you to a meeting in Grand Rapids, they put you in a single hotel. They are wasting money. You and the person that went to share the same hotel. I said, listen to what they told you to do. She said IRS will come and close down the college. So we're dealing with somebody that's dealing with some, I don't know, I don't want to stigmatize. I've been working the same job. I've been old enough to, the same bills I've been paying, she's left. The only thing I changed from my name and other evidence is the simple energy. I pay the other bills. So as I'm rounding up, we do not have a joint account. I knew who I was dating. I've never had any joint account from Ohio to Wisconsin to Iowa to here. I've always maintained my individual account. I've always paid the major bills. As the way I was hardwired, I was raised. These $42,000, as I asked her, I have no idea. And they never proved anything. They just gave us January to May 2024 bills. It doesn't show, you know, what the things was sent up. And that was why I walk off, Your Honor. If you listen to the mediation recording, that was when I left. It has nothing to do with me not making plans for my job. And I appreciate accommodating me in December 3rd when I had to go give an exam. That was conditional. I wasn't told it would be an all day. I had to give an exam. You cannot change exam at the college. Again, blame me, like she said, that I will leave and go to my job. I do not play with my job. The same place where I work for 19 years, she left after 1 year. Can you imagine what I went through to get tenure? Took me 7 years of battling, publication and things like that. I'm not blowing my own horn. It starts with, and that's why I won this trial. Don't paint me as an abuser. For example, another thing she mentioned the day in Ohio that I made her to rent a car to come back. I was a postdoctoral scientist. We went for a Labor Day weekend. We've been partying all weekend. Charlena will need to leave. I need to present data to my advisor when we get to Milwaukee. We're talking about almost 10 hours drive. It was one reason after another. We have to wait. Somebody's coming. I told that any kid that wants to go with me, I'm going. You are at your mother's house. That's why I left. So when you just hear a snapshot that an abuse, I have to drive 10 hours. I have to go collect data that I have to present Tuesday morning after Labor Day weekend. She talked about me at the church, telling her not to talk my radio. We had a baby that was in a car seat for hours after church. She was talking in church, having a meeting. I turned on the AC. I couldn't leave the baby Olapade to go in. I'm sending keys to her. She came in, she was laughing. I'm overreacting. I said, you know, your mom living in Ravenna, go finish your meeting. So when you just hear a snapshot, you look at an abuse. I'm glad my mother-in-law came in December and said she only had noises. I correct my kids. You can blame me that I'm using the way I was raised to change them. Guess what? Tony Martin didn't want me to tell her, that's my job. I see these kids every year. I've been seeing them since 1991. I've been teaching students since 1991. I know what I'm talking about. They don't start behaving the way they behave in college if you don't change them when they are younger. That's why I didn't want Ayo to go the wrong path. You can put me in jail again for wanting my son to do the right thing. You can't. I'm not scared of jail. The 2 times I've slept in jail for 1K and asking for my son. So I don't even go anywhere. Ask my neighbor that knows all this thing now. They are hearing everything. So they want to put me as a bad guy because I want my kids to wake up and read, to wake up and do their chores, to remove headphone, you know, so that they can sleep peacefully. I told her, don't go into the college politics so that you don't get into trouble. She said, I'm paranoid because I've been there before you, 18 years before that. So, Your Honor, what really messed everything up was I had leaving that job. When she said I told everything would never be the same again, I gave up. You are the one that's been complaining for years that you can't use your degree to work in Michigan. We fought, got you the job. Secure for 5 years, 50,000 plus. You walk away from it for frivolous reason. Now you are piling up debt that I had no knowledge about, and you have health condition. We were on working terms when I went to Colombia. You left health insurance, you left P&G for paying bills, you left everything, you walk away. She was calling my bluff, just like they called my bluff for Ayo. And I said, no, if you want to live the hard way, you are going to deal with it. I am doing my job. See, everything is vanity. All the issue of the house, I said so to the McLeaf. We are living in a beautiful house. I provided for my family. If she wants everything to be gone, let it be gone. I will be. My colleague just died January 1st. We are all going to live in this world and go back. It's not about money. It's about responsibility. This house is too big for me. My daughter, luckily, she's an engineer in Fort Wayne. She listens. Ayo, this is the blessing. Ayo's grade is all B's. I pick on them because I want them to do well, before the police, before the system start messing up with them. System can mess you up. I pray my son will see reason that everything I do is out of tough love. I love my wife. I love that. I just couldn't stand being irresponsible. You don't need to look too far. It shows. Who is in debt now? Who needs health insurance that cannot pay for it? The car is there. She can come and pick the Hyundai tomorrow. I don't need it. I told the court, I offered her the JLK. She said she doesn't want it because she doesn't want to be responsible for anything. I offered her $5,000 when she brought my mother-in-law, my sister-in-law and my brother. My brother lives in Grand Rapids. Charlena, I will write you a $5,000 check. If it's a joint account, why can't she write it for herself? She's my account. Fuji was there, Bumi was here, she said it. They just bought it. I said, Charlena, I will give you $5,000. Go get the same car. I said it. Before I traded this car in, Charlena, take the JX. I offer it to my daughter. Olade, I said, Olade, you have this $4,000 that the insurance pays you. Keep the money. Get the GLK. Olade said, Dad, the gas, I won't be able to maintain the gas. And I understand. So I'm not a guy that just go around living like a rap star, living because I drive a Range Rover. I'm 57 this year. I work hard. And I did not use family money there. I got the loan with my bank. I'm the one that has any direct association with the bank. If you think I'm lying, she should go to the bank tomorrow and prove that she has any, apart from the mortgage. She stuck me with that mortgage now that I'm paying. So I am human too. That's cause and effect. Instead of blaming me that wanted better thing for my family, you should ask an adult that should know better. What example are we living for our kids? Bills will not pay itself. Emotions will not pay your bills. Like I said, I have health issues too. And I sympathize with her. She knew she had that cancer when I had COVID and I gave it to her. That's how she knew when she was bleeding. Before my mother-in-law, before my aunt, I said, Charlena, when is your operation? She said, leave me alone. She was fighting. My mother-in-law was here. And I had to travel. I've showed evidence that the trip I'm going to take to Japan next year, I've already been funded. It's part of all this money used to see that I fix so that I don't spend it. I am obligated to do all these activities. My endowment, they gave me $10,000 to do all this research. So there are a lot of extraneous circumstances, there are a lot of things that I have no control over if I'm considered responsible. If I said I'm going to offer a course, I'm bound by that obligation. That's why I've been able to maintain. This is my 28th year starting. And then I will criticize, Charlena, when did you leave your job? It will be a fight. Where's your 401k? You'll be a fight. Now you are, piling up 42. I never, to God who made me, I never knew anybody can be allowed to have $10,000 credit card. Because mine is
Olapade, you're starting to again repeat yourself. So
I apologize.
Please stick to the issues and wind it up, please.
Yes. If I'd known there are all these debts, 20,000 on the roof, on the bathroom, about 10 or 18,000 because they came church on the roof within the same time. So I'm doing all the things because I take offense to that. Why somebody's contribute, I wasn't. I was jet lagging, jetting all over the place like the attorney presented. I'm a very responsible father. I'm a very responsible husband. And I have the record to show for it. Guess who doesn't? Guess who is in financial trouble? So if I did not cause any trouble, don't ask me to clean it up. Now that they want to associate with my financial responsibility, don't now clump me with somebody's financial responsibility. The same thing I tell Ayo. If you don't, Olade is already doing well. If you put yourself in trouble, don't look back. I've reached out to him several times. That's the car I bought for him. If Charlena wants it, it's not my car. She can come and get it. So the issue that you don't, it's my fault that you cannot change your car after I've offered to give you down payment, after I've offered my Mercedes that you thought I was living large on, and you say you can't maintain it. That's my fault. A husband is not a parent. It's a mutualistic, synergistic kind of relationship that it should be. Your Honor will hand that, please do not rod Paul to pay Peter. I know the court uses metrics to do all these calculations. I've tried my best. The 1,250 they are garnishing on my debt is already depletion because all the chairs, when she moved the furniture, I have to replace it with the carpeting and everything. Do not put me in a financial strain that did not cause for myself. Again, she knew she had cancer when she moved out. So using her insurance bill not as an excuse, reside on her. She was covered by the insurance. She had a home. She didn't have to go and be paying $1,000 rent. Rent, not mortgage. The mortgage is
Sir, you've already addressed this. Please wrap it up.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, I rest my case.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McNiff, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Well, in this case, the court to note, we have heard the testimony from December 3rd, 2024, and today's date, January 3rd, 2025. And it's clear in this matter that, again, the parties have established a statutory basis for a breakdown of the marriage. And as a result, the court will grant a divorce in this case. I would state to the parties as I go through the various issues that what they have to understand is that the court is not able to resolve all the issues, conflicts, or problems that the parties had during the marriage, because it's just obviously that's not the court's job, nor am I able to do that. I'm simply able to divide up the assets, debts at the time of the granting of this particular matter, which would be the date of filing back on May 31st, 2024. Court would note that the issues concerning the child in this case was resolved by the parties. They both confirmed resolution of this matter at the commencement of the case back on December 3rd, 2024. In these cases, the court would note that credibility is always a consideration in every case. And oftentimes parties will allege the other party or a witness was not truthful or lying. However, the court has found that inconsistencies in testimony does not mean that an individual has lied. Conflicting testimony can occur as a result of the witness' background, perception, bias, understanding, misunderstanding, or a mistake. And when inconsistencies occur, the court will attempt to determine if they can be reconciled by other evidence or testimony. There was some conflicting testimony in this matter, so the court is having to make the best assessment that the court can as it relates to that. There has been various issues with concerning the property division that have been tried, and the court will address those individually as I go through. First job of the court in any case is to determine what property is marital and subject to division. The parties were married on September 9, 2000, and the complaint was filed on May 31st, 2024, and therefore the parties were married slightly less than 24 years. Marital property has been determined to be property accumulated through the joint efforts of the party during their marriage. Pursuant to Michigan compiled laws 552.19, the court must divide the property between the parties in a manner which is just and reasonable. A division of property need not be mathematically equal, but must be equitable. An equitable division is one that is roughly congruent, and there is no exhaustive list by the court to use to consider what is equitable. However, in the Sands v. Sands case, the Supreme Court held that the court must use its discretion considering all the circumstances. And in the Sparks v. Sparks case, the Supreme Court provided a non-exhaustive list, which the court can be used as it relates to spousal support, and that courts have adopted pretty much those factors as it relates to property division as well. A party is entitled to invade separate property if they contribute to the acquisition, improvement, or accumulation of that property. And if parties place separate funds into a joint account and therefore commingle it, the property is subject to division. In this case, I want to start with the real estate, the real property in this case. The parties have both testified that they moved about during the marriage based upon various schooling and jobs that the defendant had acquired. They had sold various houses. They had in fact taken that money to buy other houses and had in fact titled those houses and that real property in the joint names of the parties. It was believed that the property, which is the real estate that's in the parties' names, was going to be taken and by the defendant. However, during the course of this trial and on closing and testimony states he doesn't want that in fact he wants the property sold. So what the court will do is the court will order that the property be listed for sale within 21 days of today's date, that it be sold, and that the equity that the
Your other's frozen.
Yeah, he
I-
is.
Oh, okay. I thought I was the only one. It's
No.
snowing here. Maybe it's the snow.
Hopefully he'll come back.
All right. Is it okay if I get water while we wait? Attorney McNiff?
Judge, you froze for a minute.
Can you guys still hear us?
Yes.
Hello?
We can't,
Hello?
we can hear you now. Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear each other. Let me see if I can send a message.
You said you are the host now, Attorney McNiff.
I'm the host?
That's what it's showing here. I said Attorney McNiff is the host now. Okay, the judge is back.
Okay.
Hey, Bonnie, have we had any recorded?
Ms. McNiff, can you hear us now?
We can hear you now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We got him back.
Sure, I'll call you back in a second. Okay, we're just gonna go ahead, hold on. But
We had a problem with our internet crashed at the courthouse.
Yeah, it seemed like it because we could hear each other and you were just frozen.
for a moment we did, but it seems to be back now, but we'll see. Anyway, Judge, we're back on the record. You can continue.
I thought you were gonna say something about, we could see that your lips were moving, but we couldn't hear you. And unfortunately, I think I have that same problem at home at times with my wife. Sees my lips moving, but she doesn't hear anything.
It's selective hearing.
Yeah. Well, in this case, the court will note that the testimony has shown that both parties have worked at different times during the marriage and both contributed to the acquisition, improvement, and maintenance.
Judge, so when you froze, you had just said that the house would be listed for sale in 21 days.
Yes,
And that's all I got.
okay. Well, what I've just stated now is what I went into, so. There'd be, there would be listed, okay. What the court is saying is that in this matter, that it would be listed within 21 days when the property is sold, that the defendant will get a credit for all payments that he's made on the mortgage since May 31st, 2024 through the date of sale. And that in fact, that would be credited to him out of the proceeds before dividing the balance equally between the parties, subject to later determination as I go through the rest of the property issues. As I stated then, the testimony has shown that both parties have worked at different times during the marriage and both contributed to the acquisition, improvement, and maintenance of the home and homes in this matter.
Oh, thank you.
Court believes that based upon all the equities in the case, that it is fair and equitable that the parties divide the equity equally, which I am going to do once it is sold. Next issue is the retirement and pensions. The defendant started working at Albion College during the marriage, and he acquired a retirement account with a prop in excess of $33,000 as of the date of filing. Plaintiff had a retirement account of approximately $4,000, which she acquired during the marriage. In August 2023, the plaintiff withdrew the account balance and used the money to pay credit cards, groceries, some of her surgery expenses, as well as other family household expenses. The testimony is that she withdrew her retirement, and that is reflected in the 2023 tax return, which was submitted in this matter as, I think it was Exhibit 3 in this matter. The court will divide the defendant's retirement in half, with each party receiving one half as of the date of filing of the divorce, which is May 31st, 2024, pursuant to a qualified domestic relations order. The issue that parties have, the other issue, the following issues as it relates to personal property. The plaintiff will receive the Honda Odyssey vehicle of have a value of approximately $200. There's not been any contrary testimony or evidence about that value, and it's clear based upon the testimony of the plaintiff and her son as well that the vehicle is not in much of a good shape, and in fact has little value, if any, so she'll take it at that value. The defendant had a 2020 Range Rover, which had a value of approximately $65,000. He traded that in for a Mercedes, which in which he owed approximately $55,000 left on the Range Rover, leaving a trade-in towards the Mercedes of $10,000. And as a result, the court will again order that $10,000 equity in the Range Rover would be divided, each of them receiving $5,000 from that equity. The defendant also has in his name a 2005 Hyundai Elantra, which was purchased approximately 4 years ago at an amount of $6,500. There's been no testimony about the current value in this matter, but the court believes that it is appropriate that it has a value in this matter, and the court, based upon other vehicles and things of that nature, would ascribe a value of $3,500 for this vehicle, and the defendant will keep that vehicle subject to a division of the $3,500, or each party receiving $1,750. Court would note that the testimony in this case is that the parties had a CD as well as an account at Homestead Bank, that the testimony was very extensive but somewhat convoluted and a little bit, I guess you'd say, confusing in this matter, but it does appear that when the plaintiff left the home, that in fact the amount in that account was divided between the parties equally. She took out half of that. She took out of that half some amount of money to, again, reimburse their daughter for a vehicle that the funds were put into that account, and that was reflected in the recent exhibit that the defendant attempted to submit, in which he acknowledged that in fact that money was paid to the daughter to reimburse her for the vehicle that was actually her vehicle, although he was a joint owner, or he was a co-signer on the obligation on that. So
Can I say something?
no, you can't, sir. I'm giving a ruling. And in additionally, the CD at Homestead was divided based upon that as well. So the court will find that the account and the CD at Homestead were divided, and there will be no further division of that. The defendant is receiving the household, or he was going to receive the house. Now he's not, but he is receiving the furniture, furnishings, and appliances in the property that, in fact, it sounded like, based from the party said, that obviously there's some value to that. Neither of the parties submitted any appraisals for the furniture, furnishings, and appliances, but the court does note in other cases, and numerous other cases, that those assets do have value, especially if you have to replace all of those. And that the replacement, when you're replacing stove, refrigerators, freezers, washer, dryers, TVs, furniture, beds, all that stuff can again raise up to a substantial amount of money. What the court is going to do is put a value on the furniture, furnishings, appliances of $10,000 and award that to the defendant, and he is required to pay to the plaintiff 1/2 the value of that for those assets. Additionally, the defendant has testified that he has an account in Nigeria with approximately $500. The court will divide that between the parties, requiring him to pay the sum of $250 to the plaintiff. And the court will order that the equalization of those assets, Ms. McNiff, would be again paid to the plaintiff out of the house proceeds prior to division, prior to disbursement to the defendant of his half share after the credit he is to receive for the payments. In this particular case, the court would note that the next item the court will address is the spousal support. Spousal support is provided for under the Michigan compiled laws at 552.23, which provides upon entry of a judgment of divorce or separate maintenance, if the estate and effects awarded to either party are insufficient for the suitable support and maintenance of either party, and any children of the marriage who are committed to the care and custody of either party, the court may also award to either party the part of the real or personal estate of either party and spousal support out of the real and personal estate to be paid to either party in gross or otherwise, as the court considers just and reasonable after considering the ability of either party to pay and the character and situation of the parties and all other circumstances in the case. As the court looks at the matter, the court would note that the court had entered a temporary order in this matter, providing the plaintiff with spousal support of $1,000 per month. The court will note that the court has to, based upon the Louts case or Sparks case, has to look at various factors in determining whether spousal support is appropriate. The first factor is the past relations and conduct of the parties. The plaintiff has alleged that on December 23rd, 2023, that the defendant assaulted her. He slapped her on the right side of the cheek, which resulted in red swollen marks on her face. Further, she testified that in June 2003, when she was pregnant, that she came home late and the defendant locked her out of the house, and claims that many times after that, the defendant locked her out of the bedroom. While in Wisconsin, the plaintiff testified that the defendant hit her, bruised her face, and said, "That's your punishment." In 2021, she claims defendant hit her in the back of the head with his fist when she went to the pastor's house, and that's reflected in plaintiff's exhibit 17 and the marks from that. And she also testified in sometime in 2016 that she fell asleep in a chair downstairs, and the defendant came downstairs and hit her in the face, and then defendant later apologized. And again, in December of 2023, she claims that he slapped her, and he had to move out as a result of a no contact order till the case was over, and he pled guilty to that particular charge of domestic assault. Court will note that plaintiff's exhibit 18 shows the handprint on her neck from that assault. Court will note that the testimony of their son, Ike, today confirms that the other incident in which she was struck in the face, that occurred and he witnessed that. So the court is taking that into consideration. The next factor the court has to look at is the length of the marriage. In this case, the parties were married 23 3/4 years, and the court is taking that into consideration. Next factor is the ability of the parties to work. There was no testimony in this matter that the defendant was not able to work. He is working full-time at Albion College and is capable of working full-time. He's not presented any evidence, although in his closing, he had referenced some health issues that he had, but again, the closing is just argument, is not evidence, and the court will not consider that. Plaintiff testified that she has worked throughout the marriage and is attempting to find work. She's had significant health issues, some of which have been ameliorated, and the court will address these later as I address her particular health issues. But the court notes that she does have the ability to work and can work, although the court notes that based upon her having a master's degree, that she's always been underemployed, but she's taken work at that she could get, and she's made anywhere from initially at $13 an hour up to $16 an hour. When she was under the grant at Albion College, she made approximately 25, but that was a limited time until, again, she wasn't able to. Next, the court has to look at the source and amount of property awarded to the parties, and is income producing property. There is not any income producing property, but the court notes that there can be made income because the retirement that is being divided between the parties will in fact result in some interest on that particular money. She could move it, put it into other investment accounts or things of that nature. She could earn some income, but the court will note that it would not be substantial. But the court is taking that into consideration. Next is the age of the parties. The plaintiff is 53, the defendant is 56. The next factor the court has to look at is the ability to pay. The court notes that the defendant's 2023 W-2 income shows that he made $79,592.95. That the plaintiff's income, if I calculate it at $16 per hour working full-time, would be approximately $32,000. Next, the court has to look at the present situation of the parties. The court will note that, again, now with not awarding the house to the defendant, that the parties are each going to have to, again, acquire housing. That the plaintiff currently has housing, which she shares with the minor child of the parties and also with their son Akeen, who is working, and he is again residing there, and she is assisting him in that regard. Again, she is working somewhat. I think she was said she could work as a substitute and make approximately $16 per hour, although it is unclear at this particular point. Court will note that in the present situation, she does have health issues, and the next factor is the health of the parties. She has testified that she has Graves' disease, which results in tremors in her hand. She has had thyroid issues since her diagnosis of type 2 diabetes in 2019. She has been dealing with that. She's also had high blood pressure. And in June 12 of 2023, she was diagnosed with cancer of the uterus and had to undergo radiation to eliminate a tumor. And she was done with that treatment in September of 2023. However, she still has to have regular checkups in that. She's also testified that her Graves' disease has decreased and that her high blood pressure has improved as well. The court notes, as I stated previously, the defendant has not provided evidence of any health issues, so the court will not ascribe any to him. Next factor is the needs of the parties. The plaintiff has little income. She has set forth in her budget as Plaintiff's Exhibit 4, a substantial budget with approximately an expense of $3,811 as adjusted, as the court had deducted various gifts and other non-essential expenses from that. Court will note that the defendant has expenses as well, and he will have expenses if he has to go out and rent, etc. But the court does not know how much that may be. And as a result, the court's not going to speculate, but does note that he's going to have expenses as well. Next issue is fault. The court notes that when the defendant had, I can't remember if it was testimony or closing, where he was saying that yes, based upon his actions, which the plaintiff has alleged as fault, that he said he overreacted in this matter. But the court notes, aside from all of the alleged abusive acts, looking at the matter objectively, that the incident that occurred in December of 2023 was confirmed by his pleading to a domestic assault. And the court will note that the testimony of AO as well substantiate that in the years prior that the defendant had abused the plaintiff by striking her in the face. And the court will find in this matter that the defendant is at fault for the breakdown of the marriage. And I am taking that into consideration and determining whether spousal support is appropriate. The next factor the court has to look at is the prior standing of living. The court would note that the testimony of the parties shows that the parties did have a comfortable, although not lavish lifestyle, that they had taken many vacations and many trips in this during the term of the marriage. That again, the defendant had testified about living in the home that they do, that it's a good home in a area of Albion that has higher end homes. The court would note that again, that they were able to send their kids to college. They were able to go to various camps that for the kids, for band, etc., that were more expense involved in that. So the court would note that the prior standing of living of the parties was well, that obviously in any case, when the parties get divorced and divide up assets and no longer have access to two incomes, that it does result in a decline in the lifestyle of both of the parties, and the court is taking that into consideration. Next is general principles of equity, and the court has taken those into consideration, looking at all of the evidence in this matter and to how it will impact both of the parties. And when I do that, the court does believe that it is appropriate that the court would continue spousal support in this matter, and the spousal support will continue at the rate of $1,000 per month until plaintiff reaches the age of 62, when she would qualify for Social Security benefits at the earliest qualification date, and that spousal support would terminate upon her death or remarriage if either of those were to occur. Next thing the court has to consider is the debts of the parties. The parties do have credit card debt as alleged by plaintiff, and at the Blue Ox Bank, that plaintiff had submitted Exhibit 6 with a date ending of May 28, 2024, showing a debt. I'll say these and I'll slow down if you want me to, Ms. McNeff. A debt of $4,963.48. That there's a credit card reflected in Exhibit 7 having a end date of April 24, 2024 at the Slate Credit Union that has a debt of $23,096.01. There's also Exhibit 8, a credit card statement owed to Citibank Visa showing a debt as of April 16, 2024 in the amount of $14,685.16, totaling $42,744.65. If the court were to divide this in half, that would mean that each party would owe $21,372.32. Court will note the testimony of both of the parties, and the testimony of the defendant was that both parties paid bills and expenses during the marriage, and both used credit cards to do so at different times. The defendant claims that he had a lack of knowledge about the credit cards that the plaintiff was using to pay household expenses, and that he shouldn't be responsible for the debts that he was not aware of. However, the court will note that notwithstanding the lack of knowledge, if in fact debt was incurred during the marriage, it is a marital debt subject to division. The plaintiff has introduced exhibits showing expenses of the children when they went to camp, and it shows that that was charged on the Visa account. She has shown statements showing that there were medical bills that were paid for the kids and for herself during the marriage. And the court would note that even if the defendant didn't know, it would appear reasonable that he should have known that with the meager income that the plaintiff had, that she was not able to maintain the household and all these expenses on that particular income. As a result, the court notes that it was reasonable to assume that that money was coming from someplace. And although he states, well, my background isn't to, again, to incur debt, et cetera, in that particular matter, still the fact is that they did incur that debt, and there's not been any showing by the defendant that she incurred excessive expenses for herself in this case. And in fact, the court would show or believe that just the opposite is true, that she's not been excessive. She said she's gotten clothing at secondhand stores, that she has done without. She hasn't taken lavish trips or anything of that nature. And as a result, the court does not attribute any, I guess you'd say, excessive spending on those credit cards to her, but that it was utilized for expenses of the family prior to the division of the property. So as a result, the court will order that the credit card debt be divided equally between the parties, each paying $21,372.32 plus interest at the credit card debt rate until paid in full. And the court would hold that that amount would be a lien against the proceeds to receive by the defendant from the sale of the home. And obviously that amount would come out, he would pay his half of that, and the credit cards do appear to be in the name of the plaintiff, so she could pay hers off over the term of whenever she can get those paid back. The next issue, I guess the final issue the court has to address, is attorney fees as requested by the plaintiff in this matter. The court would note that attorney fees are able to be apportioned or assessed against a party pursuant to Michigan compiled laws 522.13 parens 1 and Michigan Court Rule 3.206 parens D. Michigan follows the American rule, which provides that attorney fees are not recoverable unless especially allowed by statute, court rule, common law exception, or conduct pursuant to the Hanaway case. In this matter, the court must make a determination and determine whether the attorney fees in this matter, again, are reasonable. And the court notes that the petitioner has set forth and established that she has attorney fees in the amount of approximately $10,000, that those attorney fees were necessary to enable her to carry on and to proceed with the action in this case, and that she has stated that she is unable to bear the expenses to pay those particular attorney fees. It's clear, as she stated, that she obviously isn't paying the credit card debt, that the credit card debt was in fact, she can't even make the minimum payments. The court notes when we looked at her budget that, again, she's not able to, again, pay the attorney fees in this matter. And the court will note that when we look at the factors in this case and the equities, the court does believe that an apportionment of attorney fees is appropriate in this case. Court notes in looking at the amount to be assessed in this matter, the court has to consider, again, the reasonableness of the hourly rate charged in that locality. The court notes that Ms. McNiff has, again, presented in prior cases her hourly rate when she's, again, sought attorney fees. The court notes that those appear to be within the range of the particular locality, and that court notes that although not providing a statement as to the hours expended, that the amount that she has stated having incurred in this case are not unreasonable based upon the actions taken in this particular matter. Court notes that the attorney fees then would establish a baseline subject to adjustment after the court looks at the following factors. Would representation in this case preclude other employment by the attorney? There's been no evidence or testimony about that. Again, the amount involved and the results obtained, the court will note that the court's already addressed that in the division of the assets. The time limitations caused by the client of the case, no more so than would it be a reasonable case, so the court doesn't consider that. Next is the difficulty of the case. In this case, although it's been difficult and the parties have not come to an agreement at mediation, the court does not ascribe that to either party, and note that either the party has a right not to settle, and the court is not going to, again, make a determination that, again, that the defendant was in some way responsible for incurring those additional costs. He has every right to not settle the case, and he didn't in this case. Next is the length of the relationship. Obviously, there's been no testimony about that. In this case, it was not an ongoing attorney-client relationship. Does that require an adjustment? Experience and reputation and ability of the attorney. The court will note, again, in Ms. McNiff's practice, as well as what she has done over the years with this court, that, again, she has demonstrated the experience and reputation and ability in these particular matters. So the court is taking that into consideration. This was not a fixed or contingent fee, and as a result, the court will not take that into consideration. But when the court looks at the those factors as set forth in Smith and Cowrie at 4881 Mich 519, 2008 case in the Pergrew versus United Savers Auto Association at 499 Mich 269, 2016 case. The court does believe that an award of attorney fees is appropriate in this matter and an attempt to assist the plaintiff in this case. The defendant has alleged and wants the sum of $9,000. The court doesn't believe that that's appropriate. The court has adjusted that and would award to the plaintiff the sum of $5,000, being 1/2 of the attorney fees. And that again would be a lien against the defendant's proceeds from the sale of the home as well. With that, I think that is the last matter that the court had to decide. I will ask Ms. McNiff, is there anything else that you believe the court needs to address or failed to address before we conclude this case?
No, Your Honor, I think I have everything I need for a judgment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I would ask that you then prepare the judgment and submit it. In this matter, you can submit it under a 7-day if you can get it in that quickly, or otherwise notice it up for entry.
I work this weekend, I probably can.
Okay. Well, good. We'll give you something to do on the weekend.
Exactly.
Mr. Olapade, is there anything you believe the court has not addressed or
Yeah,
needs to address before we conclude?
Yeah, with the, I thought, you know, I have reservations with the pension split, given that there's no 50-50, you know, consideration here. You split my own pension in half without any consideration that I don't have any access to hers. And then given that she doesn't have any kind of permanent disability, payment of spousal support for the next 8 years, if I do my calculation right, I think it's unjust. Do I have any process of appeal?
Okay. Well, that's not what I was asking, not whether.
Oh,
you
sorry, I
agree-
didn't know what you are.
No,
Yes.
not that, if you agree with it, if you disagree with the ruling of the court, you always have the right to appeal that to the Court of Appeals. I was
All right.
asking if there was something you believe was not addressed that needed to be addressed in this matter, that's all.
Yeah,
Not in how it was addressed, but if I had left out any particular issue in the case.
yeah, you did leave out a lot of my own situation, I think, contingent on the fact that my evidence was not accepted. You said you are not aware of my health issues, despite the fact that I mentioned them. You are
Well,
not
you-
aware of a
you
lot
ma-
of the financial situation I mentioned, which I submitted, but you said those documents were late, which were not my fault because I didn't get the notice of the deadline. So I thought that should be
Well,
considered.
that, again, that's an issue you can take up with the Court of Appeals if you want.
Sure.
The court had made a
Yeah, sure.
ruling. I made a ruling on that the other day when we had the motion hearing, so that's.
Can the court tell me the process of appeal, the deadline, so that I don't, since I'm not a lawyer, how does that work? Do I have to go through your court, or how do I get the appeal? You know, I'm sure I have to get the judgment, then submit an appeal to the Court of Appeal.
You're gonna have to get a judgment, and then you're gonna have to file in this matter, a claim of appeal
All right.
or by application for leave to appeal, depending on when you file it, so.
Okay.
And that's under the court rule in this matter, and let me look that up so I can provide that, the exact court rule to you. It's in the 700s. Appeals to the Court of Appeals is covered by Court Rules 7.201 and thereafter, and provides that you just simply look up those particular court rules, and that'll tell you when to file, how you have to file, because you'd have to file briefs and everything else in this matter as well. So you can look up the court rules and determine what you want to do. Okay?
Sounds good. But I will be getting the formal notification of the ruling in the mail.
What?
I will be getting a formal notification of this ruling in the mail before I do that.
No,
The
you
court
won't
will
get
send
any,
me
you won't get anything in the mail from the court on this. Ms. McNiff will prepare a judgment consistent with my ruling, and you'll get a copy of that.
That's what I mean. Yes,
Okay,
that's what I mean. Yeah.
okay, that's what you get. Well, I wish both of you the best. I hope everything works out for you and you're free to go. Have a good day.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
I am going to dispose of the exhibits, Ms. McNiff, unless you pick those up within 7 days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.